Mike?
Okay, it appears we have 9 and a bunch of staff. Virtual meeting of the Electoral Area Services Committee of Wednesday, April the 15th. I would like to not only welcome the directors, but the staff on the call and any public that will be watching today. I'd like to acknowledge that we're quite spread out around our region, and we're holding this meeting in the territories of the Coast Salish people, as well as a couple of us are on Nutchelnath shared territory. With that, I'd like everyone to make sure your electronic devices are off, the ones that could make noise and interrupt us. And again, I will mention that I would like staff to have their cameras and their microphones off when they're not answering questions or speaking to the board. Directors keep their cameras on and their microphones muted at all times. We're using the electronic hand for raising and lowering, and that will be by voting as well. For the public's information, I will be recording opposed votes. You may see people wave their hand in favor or opposed, but at the end of each resolution and at the end of each vote, I will be reading out those opposed. So with a full slate of 9 electoral area directors, a motion that has 5 opposed will be a defeated motion. 5 or more opposed will be a defeated motion. So with that, I would like to, multitasking again, going back to live meeting, pulling up the agenda. Could I have a motion to approve the agenda? Moved by Director. Oh, I've got Legislative Services. Recognize Angie Legault.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are two changes to the agenda. There's been a request from Director Acton to add C7, which is a grant and aid request for Shawnigan Focus volunteer newspaper. And there's also been a request from the applicant to delete item R8.
Okay, we can delete R8, but I believe given the lateness of that item, wouldn't it be considered a new business item, the grant and aid? Ms. Legault?
It's up to you, Mr. Chair, where you'd like to place it on the agenda.
I think we don't have any other new business items, so we'll label the Area A grant and aid as a new business item, as NB1, I believe. Don't think I can scroll down to it that fast. I'm trying. That will be NB1, Area B grant and aid. With those additional items, mover of the agenda for today. Moved by Director Kuhn and seconded by Director Salmon. Any discussion on this? And remember, we're going to vote electronically with the hand and the if you want to wave at your camera, you can as well. All in favor? Let's go with any opposed. Looks like we have an adopted agenda, but I'm going to recognize Director Nicholson.
I'm having trouble here. I have an email from Mr. Limshu about pulling R6.
Ms. Legault or Mr. Limshu.
My understanding is that was comments from a neighboring property owner, and I believe Mr. Limshu will address it during that agenda item.
That's correct.
Alrighty. Thank you.
All right, we see all hands off. Next item will be Sorry, it takes a long time to scroll on the old iPads. We have adoption of minutes of the meeting held March 4th. So the motion, the recommendation is that the minutes of the Electoral Area Services Committee meeting of March 4th be adopted. Do we have a mover? Moved by Director Kuhn, seconded by Director Yanni DiNardo. Any discussion? I will call the question. All those in favor? See lots in favor. Any opposed? Not opposed. Those minutes. Item M2. Those are the minutes of the special electoral area services meeting of March the 2nd, 2020, that they be adopted. Moved by Director Kuhn, seconded by Director Kuhn. I'm about to call the question using your hands on the side screen. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? You're not opposed. M2 carries. Ms. Legault, do we have any business arising from either of those minutes?
I'm not aware of it.
Excellent. Next item, we go to public input. Bear with me, I have to go to another screen. Okay. I will just read them in the order in which I received them. This is from Ken and Janice Hiles in regards, and I will read it as follows. In regards to the OCP amendment and rezoning for the property PID number 025580311 on Fisher Road. I have lived in Cobble Hill for 40 years now and sat on past APC committee as well as on the OCP for Cobble Hill. The growth of our community has been slow, but we cannot believe that it will continue this way. It is difficult for our community to move forward with new services and expenses. When a developer comes forward with a project, it seems to me that we should seek to acquire those needed services. Having done developments myself and understanding the immense value of having amenities for our community, I would like to suggest that the CBRD recommendation to require community sewer and water is the correct one. Therefore, I would like to state that I believe option 1 laid out in the comments by the CVRD staff appears to be the most logical. The only way to get those improvements for future development and be able to afford to get the current properties that are not properly serviced online is to ask for those changes to be made as a consideration of development. Now is the time to require it. Thank you for your considering my opinion. Janice Hiles, Double H Developments. Next item. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. R16 on today's agenda, attachment A, this is from Mr. Cliff E. R16 on today's agenda, attachment A, has suggestions from the provincial government on how to keep local governments operating as close to normal as possible during an emergency crisis. They suggest communicating on digital platforms. The advantages are many. We hope that the CVRD will allow the public to participate online at the CVRD meetings as invitees. And it appears to be a number of items which are being suggested in the form of questions. I could read them if you like, but they appear to follow along the lines of the provincial government guidance. We'll read them out. What are some practical approaches local governments can implement to provide for community involvement in decision making? Well, local governments may not be required to allow community members to attend meetings while this order is in effect. There are many ways they can maintain transparency, example through websites and social media, and there are many ways to allow the community to participate. For example, to the greatest extent possible, local governments consider digital platforms to encourage communication and support engagement of the public. Provide online streaming of council and board meetings that include opportunities for real-time question and answer. Provide an enhanced web presence that provides critical information about discussion, debate, and decisions, and includes timely posting of draft minutes. Where possible, allow for remote presentations from delegations or provide clear opportunities for written submission. For your consideration at today's meeting, regards, Cliff Evans. Next item. I believe this is from the Cobble Hill Association of Taxpayers. We would appreciate, re-R4 bylaw changes to the application to develop the Fisher Road site by Grant McKinnon. Cobble Hill's tax base is mainly residential. The possibility of an increase in the commercial tax base from a local resident and local business is exciting and beneficial to all of Cobble Hill. It is amazing that during this time of COVID-19 uncertainty, the local businessman wishes to invest in our community. That would provide local jobs and payrolls that are not based on the tourist or service industry. We are estimating that the current taxation for the property is approximately $5,000 a year, with a possible increase to $200,000 per year. This will help reduce our local residential tax base, especially beneficial for low-income seniors and residents, while providing goods and services to the community. Again, at this time of not knowing the effect of COVID-19 on our current local businesses, it is so important to provide jobs not only for construction part of this application, but employment in the future. Cobble Hill Association of Taxpayers. And a fourth item, I'm not sure who it's from yet. Oh, it's from Susan Kaufman. I think you already have this, but just in case. Will the public be able to participate electronically in a live fashion? And is the CBRD exploring ways to do this? Was this, Ms. Legault, was this supposed to be question period or was it public input?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It indicates on the email for public input period.
Thank you. I'll continue. Will the CVRD be able to hear from the public or receive delegations in a live format? The CVRD has taken steps to allow the public to submit questions via email for question period, but the ability to ask follow-up questions is not currently available to the public. Will this be addressed? The public's ability to comment and have input on important matters relating to the official community plans, such as those contained in R17, OCP amendments, and rezoning applications such as R5 are restricted under the proposed consultation on development applications during the COVID-19 public health emergency. With the standing down of our advisory planning commissions, OCP review committees, parks commissions, and already in place delegation of authority, it is extremely important that the public have the confidence that their voice and input is heard in a meaningful way. Thank you. Stay safe and stay well. Susan Kaufman. And that concludes the public input portion for today's meeting. And I just have to transition back to our agenda. And that was a lot of reading. We have no delegations. We are now to correspondence. First item up is C1. And given the emergency crisis, the emergency situation we're in, I thought even though these events are likely not to happen, that we would give the directors who are putting forward these grant and aid requests an opportunity to speak to whether or not they would like to pull them and consider them at another date. So the first one is a recommendation to a grant and aid Area A Mill Bay Malahat in the amount of $500 to the Cobble Hill Events Society to support music in the park. And I would turn to Director Salmon and ask what his desire is on that item.
Good question. Has anyone heard whether that will be going ahead this summer? I have not. I'm open to suggestions as to what to do. I suppose we could defer it until confirmation that it's going ahead.
Currently, I've got two hands up. I've got Director Wilson, and you can put your hand down, followed by Director Acton. Director Wilson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, as far as I know, the last I heard was that it was in abeyance. Everybody's waiting to see what's going to happen here. I'm pretty certain that it probably will be cancelled. But who knows at these times? I would suggest that we give them the money anyway, and let them do what they can with it rather than come back for it later on.
Thank you, Director Wilson. Your microphone is sounding very garbled at this point from my end. You might need to speak clearer. I will go to Director Acton next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to say the similar thing. I know that that group is trying to be creative if something comes up that they can't hold the whole season, and maybe even if they just have the opportunity to only do two events, it still costs a lot of money for them. So I think just any way that we can support them is probably worthwhile at this point.
I have a sneaking suspicion, I'll go to Director Salmon next, but I have a sneaking suspicion that our finance or corporate people may have an issue with proceeding in that fashion. Director Salmon?
I'll hear from finance if they have something.
Could I have someone from finance offer to pipe up and talk about the appropriateness of proceeding in the state of emergency with these?
If it's put onto the grant and aid request, it's for a specific event. Those funds should be spent on an event. Now, if it's not on an event, normally the committee would be expected to return the funds.
Director Salmon?
Okay, why don't we just defer that one until I can get confirmation, and we'll still have time to reconsider if they do go ahead.
Thank you, Director Salmon. And I would like to go back to our corporate or to our legislative officer and ask if it would just be appropriate to withdraw the item. Ms. Legault.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Either way would work, but if you make a motion to defer pending confirmation of the event happening, then either staff or the area director can follow up and advise for the next agenda.
Is that your inclination, Director Salmon?
Yes.
Do we have a seconder for that item? We have a seconder from alternate Director Haim. I'm gonna, in this case, for very clear purposes, ask anyone opposed to that item to raise their hand on the side panel. Nobody raised their hand. I'm going to then declare the motion passes. We will go to item 2, C2, which is another grant and aid. And it is for Electoral Area A, and it be recommended to the board, grant and aid Electoral Area A, Mill Bay Malahat, The amount of $500 be provided to the Cowichan Regional Visitor Center to support the Cowichan Regional Visitor Center. Director Salmon, what is your inclination on this item?
Yeah, let's go ahead with that one. I so moved.
Moved by Director Salmon. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Director Nicholson. Once again, any discussion? See no discussion. So I will ask now the question. All those opposed, raised your hand. I see none opposed. I declare that resolution carried. Item C3. Grant and aid, Electoral Area A, Mill Bay Malahat, Francis Kelsey School in the amount of $1,000 to provide for 2 graduation bursaries. Resolution is before you there. I turn to Director Salmon.
Yeah, I'd like to move that resolution.
Resolution is moved. It's seconded by Director Nicholson. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, I will ask the question. All of those opposed, raised your hand on the side panel. I see none opposed. I declare that resolution carried. Ms. Legault, which board meeting will these resolutions be forwarded to?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We expect these to go to the April 22nd board meeting.
Thank you. And just will remind those members of the public that are watching this meeting that there will be a break at the end of the agenda where people will have the opportunity to email questions to our corporate officer in regards to items that have been discussed on today's agenda. So I'll make that reminder a number of times throughout the meeting that if you do have a question that you'd like to have the chair address at the end of the meeting, that you can do so by emailing your question to the legislative services, and I believe that's been made available publicly already. How are we making that available during the meeting, Ms. Legault?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the beginning of the meeting, we display it on our landing page, but for clarity, the email address is legislativeservices, all one word, at cvrd.bc.ca.
Thank you very much. Go to item C4, Grant and Aid, Electoral Area C, to the Mill Bay and District Conservation Society, and the recommendation is that it be recommended to the board that a Grant and Aid Electoral Area C Cobble Hill in the amount of $300 be provided to the Mill Bay and District Conservation Society to aid in the purchase of a water pump to be used in their salmon enhancement project. And your pleasure. Director Wilson. Director Wilson, unmute your mic, please.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I already made a contribution towards the Conservation Society. They had a break-in and their pump was stolen. This is a contribution towards the cost of a brand new pump.
Are you going to move that recommendation? I believe you moved that recommendation and Director Salmon is seconded. Can I have a nod if that's what happened? Excellent. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, I will now ask the question. Are there any opposed to this resolution? I see no hands raised. That motion carries and will go through to the board meeting next week. C5, Electoral Area D, Cowichan Bay Improvement Association, and the recommendation is that it be recommended to the board that a grant and aid, Electoral Area D, Cowichan Bay, in the amount of $500 be provided to the Cowichan Bay Improvement Association to support the boat festival.
Mr. Chair?
Director Yanni DiNardo.
Hi, I have my hand up. I'm just going to, I would like to defer this one as well, because I'm not sure if this event is going to be happening. So I would like to defer it to the next Electoral Area Services Committee. We might know more then. I don't know what's the best way of doing that.
I would go to Ms. Legault and ask that perhaps a resolution that this be deferred to an upcoming meeting to be considered again. Is that what you're suggesting, Director?
Well, that's
Yanni?
what I'm suggesting, if that's what staff thinks is appropriate.
I got a nod on my screen, so
I'd like to move that.
move that recommendation. Do we have a seconder? Seconded by alternate Director Haim. Any discussion on that item? I see no hands up, so I will call the question. Are there any opposed to that resolution? No little blue hands in the side screen, so that motion carries. Next item. C6. Grant aid Electoral Area E, Cowichan Station, Satlam, Glenora, to the Cobble Hill Events Society. And it be recommended to the board that a grant aid Electoral Area E, Cowichan Station, Satlam, Glenora, and the amount of $300 be provided to the Cobble Hill Events Society in support of the Cobble Hill through the implementation of community activities, including Music in the Park 2020. So with that, I will turn to Director Nicholson.
Thank you. I'll defer that
To an upcoming,
as well to the next meeting.
the next
Yes.
meeting or an upcoming meeting? You're cutting
Well,
in a,
an upcoming meeting is fine.
fair enough. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Director Acton. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those opposed to the resolution? Seeing none opposed, that motion carries. Director Acton, do you want to bump your new business item up to now? Go ahead, Director Acton.
Sure, thank you. Let me find it. So I think everyone got a copy. It's a grant and aid for $2,100 to the Shawnigan Focus volunteer newspaper. And the purpose is an emergency edition due to the COVID-19 crisis, information updates on the impacts to Shawnigan Lake, delivered to all mailboxes in Area B, and 3,200 copies will be distributed.
You're moving that resolution?
So moved.
Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Director Salmon. Is there any discussion on that resolution? Seeing none, I'll now ask the question with your little blue hands on the side. Are there any opposed? I see none opposed. That motion carries, and all of those items will go through to the next board meeting next week, which is, I guess, the 22nd. The next items we have before us are 3 information items, IN1, IN2, and IN3. Just a show of hands, is there anybody wanting to discuss any of the items in those? Fantastic. So I'll go to Director Yanni DiNardo first. Director Yanni DiNardo, is it IN1?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is through to staff. I have a few questions on the report from the Parks Commission. So I have 3 questions. Is there someone from staff from Parks that could answer them?
Mr. Chair, Brian Farquhar is here.
Great,
Mr.
thank you.
Farquhar.
Mr. Farquhar, thank you. One is Maple Grove parking. There seems to be, I think staff is aware, and the question from the Parks Commission was, is there any chance of adding more parking to the Maple Grove park at all?
Mr. Chair, that would require approval through Nature Trust. So we would have to formally apply to them in terms of getting permission to expand the existing parking. We'd also have to work with MOTI.
Okay,
so we would have to follow up with those agencies.
Thank you. My second question is from the Commission is the sale of lot 15 and the sale of lot 18, if the two of them are moving, or is that something we can discuss?
At this point in time, we have a realtor who's dealing with those property sales as well as another property sale. So right now it's market driven.
Okay, that seems to be taking quite a while. The third one that they question is Lanes Road. There's an off-road walkway that was supposed to be established years ago with the development, and there was money put aside in there, asking where that one is as well.
That one is still with staff and the Ministry of Transportation, because this was all dealing with moving with their active transportation, and we have to go with them in terms of getting a permit. There's also issues we have to resolve in terms of all the driveways up across into the road right of way that we need to resolve there. So
Okay.
the funds, but we haven't moved on that one yet.
Okay, but when the people purchased their property, they were well aware that there's an off-road walking trail that was coming through there. Am I correct?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, the realtors who are selling the properties would have advised people of that, but it is located within the ministry's road right of way. So we have to deal with the issue of intersecting a gravel pathway with the built driveways, because they also have their rights under their arrangements with the ministry to have personal driveways to each of those properties.
Yes, thank you. I believe that they were supposed to be more shared driveways than actually did happen with the development. So that's the questions that the Parks Commission is just wanting to know. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So I'd go to the committee and ask, we've got IN2 and IN3. Are there any directors wanting to pose any questions or make any comments in regards to those other two items? Turn to Director Nicholson.
Thank you. Another question for Mr. Farquhar. The Parks Commission in Area E has recommended that we formalize a policy regarding donations to parks. I'm just wondering if and when that could happen.
That will require some direction of the committee and the board. However, as was provided to the committee a while back, the Parks and Trails Division is working on a number of policies to help guide everything from operational matters through to things like park development and the like. So we can certainly look at that as something to build into the policy framework that we're endeavoring to work on these days and bring forward.
Thank you.
Excellent. I'm just, if there's no other discussion on number 7, information, I just would like to not break, but ask a question of either our legislative services or our IT department. I've got 2 Director G and a Lynn Smith Hollywood Squares before me. Are we able to eliminate one of those, preferably the one without the picture, from our list? And as host, am I able to do that?
Can I just speak for a minute? Can you hear me?
I can hear you on that one. Yep.
Okay, so right now I'm running 2 laptops. One is I can hear you on, and one I can see the squares. So you might have to look at me double, unfortunately.
We will. We won't kick the other one out. We'll keep you just as you are, but you don't get the vote twice.
Oh yeah, well I only have one hand available that on these out of these 2. So I would also like to bring up my IN3. So can I just hop in, or are we okay with that?
What was yours?
So for Mr. Farquhar, on the 23rd of April or of January, there was a contractor for the CVRD went into the Diana Princess of Wales Park, and when he was in there cutting the trees, unfortunately he went in when the ground was extremely fragile, and there was damage done to the route in, and it created mud that was probably 5 or 6 inches because he drove a 3/4 ton truck in, and then he proceeded to haul in a chipper, and he got stuck in a few other things. So the recommendation is that the contractor responsible for the removal of the trees on that date, that he repair the damage to the trail at his own expense, that it shouldn't come from the Saltaire taxpayers. And then also the motion they recommend that the CVRD consult with the Area G Parks Commission, just so that we can give a hand in figuring out the location of the bench, as we are the users of the trail, and we have a good idea where we think the bench would best be suited, as the agreement with the original owners of the park indicated they only allowed 2 benches, and so putting the 2 benches together.
Do we have to discuss this at the board level, or can that discussion be had between Mr. Farquhar
Excuse
and
me, Code.
Director Kuhn, hang on. This is a perfectly appropriate. It's discussion amongst the minutes, and we've got staff here, and we've had a long backlog in which we haven't had an opportunity to meet. So I think we're going to have to be patient with one another and have the opportunity to have some discussion about some things that we really haven't had a chance to discuss. So can we go to Mr. Farquhar on your first point, please?
So yes, the contractor has been responsible for mitigating the repairs, and was actually out over that weekend following having the vehicle in there, remediating the trail. So the contractor has at their own expense been working on that trail subsequent to when they had their vehicle in there.
And further
to that, the mud is still 5 and 6 inches deep. He went in and he took out the trees that he bucked up for firewood and took them out, but he didn't do any remediation to the mud that he left in being 5 and 6 inches deep. So that's the area that we're looking for.
Before you answer, Mr. Farquhar, I think I'm understanding Director Kuhn's point. Absolutely, this is you've brought the point up, and I think it's more than fair. But this is an operational discussion that can be had offline. I think you've been very clear as to your point that remediation has to happen, and the hows and the wherefores of it should take place offline in another meeting. You had a second, or at another time. You had a second question around placement of a park bench, and I know that staff are working on developing some policy. Mr. Farquhar, would you like to answer that question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the relocation of the bench was actually previously brought up by the commission and was a direction of this committee for staff to proceed on it. If there's questions around where the bench is to be located to, if the commission has different ideas, my recommendation to the committee would be to refer this back to the commission to provide clarity as to where they'd like that bench to go, and then staff can act upon that.
Okay, and then the other section is to do with the ball league, and that the agreement seems to have lapsed, and that a new agreement reflecting actual increase in the donation from the ball league was something that you had brought forward at a meeting, Mr. Farquhar, on the 19th of November. So we're just wondering, they're just wanting to make sure that that's noted in the minutes.
Noted, Mr. Farquhar.
Noted, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And well, I just would like to take a moment to step back and remind everyone that it's been the guidance of our provincial government in the provision of the regulations for us to be able to have our virtual meetings, is that they want to ensure that the emergency work and the business and the conducting of the business and the operations of the organizations are their principal focus for the relaxation of some of the rules for us to be able to do this. So I appreciate there's items such as past minutes and notes that I think we should be quite focused on emergency type business of applications that are in stream and that are important to our community's um, economic future, health future, and I think that we should, if we've got items that we would normally bring up in a normal face-to-face meeting, but it's not that important for this format, that if we could to hold those in abeyance and for when we can resume to normal operations. There's nothing normal about us trying to conduct the business this way. And could I just ask that we all try and remain a little focused on the most important work that needs to be done? Is that fair enough? Nods, yes, no, fair enough, good. Any other items around the information items IN 1, 2, and 3? Seeing none, shall we move on to reports? How's everybody doing as far as comfort goes and that sort of thing? Is anybody wanting, Director Acton?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to check if everyone else is having issues with the sound. I'm getting a lot of static, like it's really high pitching noises, and it's really, I'm not sure if it's on my end or if everyone is getting that. So I'd just like to ask that question.
I'm not getting any nod this way if you're not. So I think it must be at your end. Hope you can bear with us. Ms. Legault?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as a matter of housekeeping, before Mr. Limpshu begins his presentations on the staff report, I will need you to assign presenter privileges to him. For some reason, they went away during the beginning of the meeting. So if you go to the participant panel and right-click on his name, you can change his role to presenter, and that will give him permission to share his screen to introduce the staff reports.
Okay, right-click. Present. Sure. Just before we start in staff reports, I was planning to have a short stretch break for everyone at about 3 o'clock. It's a little beforehand. Does anybody want to stretch now and before we get into the reports, or do you want to keep going till 3? I only got one person nodding no. We're ready to go. Keep going. Okay. Mr. Limpshu, R1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can everybody hear me? Great. I'm just going to take over the presentation. Bear with me for 1 sec.
Director Yanni Donardo, lower your hand, please, unless it's up on purpose.
Okay. Sorry. Here we go. Thank you, everyone. Can everybody see the presentation? I'm trusting Mr. Chair to give me the thumbs up because I can't see anyone when I'm presenting. Okay, perfect. So let's start with item R1. So the application before you is an application for development permit 18E06. The property is located at 4979 Pokey Road. It's an industrial park. Long story short, the applicant is proposing to create a gravel driveway on the site to house their vehicles. The applicants actually own the property immediately to the west as well. It's the Super Safe Enterprises. So they just need a larger area to basically park their vehicles. So what they're proposing is to create this gravel parking lot for all intents and purposes. The site was previously cleared years back when the solution was created. Anyone that's been to the site today will notice that it's just been overgrown with broom and other invasive species. So the gravel surface will effectively clean that site up significantly. Any questions?
I'm looking at our screen. Are there any questions through to staff on this item? I've got a hand up in A. Is that Director Salmon? I can't see. No. I've got someone with a headset with A with a hand up. Don't know who it is. Maybe it's alternate Director Haim?
No, I believe it might be Director Nicholson.
I don't have full access. Can you drop your recommendation for a second, Mr. Limshu? Or is that difficult? Okay, looking for Director Nicholson. Director Nicholson, that's you, I guess, with your hand up. Thank you. Now I can see you. Go ahead.
So I'm having trouble telling whether my hand, when I press the button, is on or off, is up or down. Can you clarify for me when it's white, is it down?
If you hover over it and it says, maybe I'll let staff explain.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you hover over your panel, like you have to click on your name, and so that'll turn the line blue. And then if you hover over the hand, it will give you a text box that says either raise or.
I'm sorry, that was all broken up.
Go ahead and try again. Slower.
If you click on your name, it will show a hand. And if you hover over the hand, a little text box will come up and it will say raise hand, or it'll say lower hand.
Okay, so when it says raise hand, does that mean I should press it or it's already up?
If you want to be acknowledged, you raise hand. When you've spoken or voted, you press lower hand. Perfect.
Okay. So it should be lowered now, and I'd like to raise it to move the recommendation.
We have a mover of the recommendation. We have a seconder by Director Wilson. We didn't get a chance to ask if there were any questions, but we have a mover and a seconder. Is there any discussion amongst directors in regards to this item? I see nobody raising hands, so I will now call I should read the resolution out, which is that the recommendation of the board that development permit DP 18E06 for PID 014644487 be issued. Are there any directors opposed to this resolution? I see no hands raised in opposition. That resolution carries. Next item, R2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Wait a minute, Frank, just to give folks a chance. Perfect.
Okay, here we go. So next application under item R2 is a rezoning application 18F01 for PID 012-490890. The committee should recall this because it recently came to the February 19th EAC for recommendation. So just to recap, we are looking at a amendment application to the OCP. So currently the existing land use designations are forestry, suburban residential, and river corridor. And we're looking to amend the OCP to change the land use designations to rural residential and parks. There's also a zoning amendment similar to the OCP designation. The existing zoning is forest resource, suburban residential, and river corridor. And the proposed zoning change is to rural residential and parks. When it came to the February 19th meeting, our EASC, February 19th meeting, the recommendation from the committee was to refer the application back to staff, discuss with the applicant a tree buffer along Highway 18. So just for the committee's information, the proposed rezoning is to accommodate a 4-lot residential subdivision with the dedication of parkland along the Cowichan River. Following the recommendation of the committee, the applicant did review the comments from the committee and is proposing a 10-meter buffer setback. So the diagrams that you see before you are just blow-ups of the proposed 10 meters along the property line that fronts Highway 18. The interesting thing to note with respect to these, the highway right-of-way, is that it's not consistent all the way through. It basically widens and narrows at certain points. So the diagram that you see before you indicates the actual pavement at the top where the blue arrow is, and the distance from the edge of pavement to the actual edge of the right-of-way, or in this case, the property line. So the width varies from 11 meters from the edge of pavement to the edge of the right-of-way at the narrowest point, and expands to almost 25 meters from the edge of pavement to the right-of-way at the widest point. When you add the 10-meter buffer setback, it ranges from 21 meters to 34 meters in terms of setback. So as I mentioned, we've reviewed this with the applicant. The applicant has agreed to a 10-meter strip. The slide that you see before you is suggested wording change to the proposed zone to make mention of the 10-meter strip, or provide for the 10-meter strip. The only additional point that I want to add is that we did have some discussion with the Ministry of Transportation, as Highway 18 is within their jurisdiction. And I thought it makes sense for me to read the comments back from the ministry. So the ministry has been working closely with Flinro and our environmental engineer group to monitor and track elk herds along Highway 18. In light of the information we have gathered and an increased trend in wildlife encounters, particularly in low light, low visibility conditions, the ministry is taking steps within our right-of-way to clear the vegetation to improve and enhance the visibility of wildlife adjacent to the road. The specific area in question is known as a high crossing location with many incidents each year. The ministry is not opposed to the creation of a buffer from highway, however, suggests that further thought be given to how a vegetation buffer will influence the safety concerns with high number of wildlife crossings and visibility at the highway. So staff has, given those comments, staff is still recommending a minor amendment to the proposed bylaws for first and second reading to include the 10-meter buffer. Any questions?
Well, I'm gonna jump in as director for the area and sort of expand on this a little bit. This application should be a win-win situation, and while I appreciate the intent of some of the discussion that was had at the previous committee meeting, I felt that while sitting in the chair, it wasn't appropriate to wade in too extensively. But I've since had discussions with our area manager and senior MOTI folks, and as Mr. Limshu had indicated, this is a high traffic area as far as elk and their crossings of the highway. And if this buffer were to be something that were to be considered on the high side of the road where things were needed to be hidden from view from the highway for viewscapes, I would consider it reasonable. But in this case, we don't want to be given elk more hiding spaces and hiding places alongside of the highway. And I'd like to see this proceed forthwith, but I fairly insistent that any reference to any buffering along there needs to be removed, and I would encourage my colleagues to support this. The idea of a buffer along the Highway 18 in appropriate locations makes a lot of sense, but this site definitely isn't one of them. So I would, how would we proceed with amending the resolutions to remove any reference to buffering along there? Turn to staff.
So at this point in time, the bylaws have not gone to the board officially for first and second reading. So certainly if it's the wish of the committee at this point in time, we could certainly amend the bylaws prior to it going to the board for first and second reading.
I've got Director Kuhn up next for question to Mr. Linshu. Director Kuhn.
Yes, I don't have a question. I have a comment. As many of you might know, I was involved in an accident. I drove into 3 elk that were running across the road. And so I know firsthand how dangerous this whole highway is when it comes to wildlife. And I'm dead against having a buffer there that would even prevent drivers from seeing the animals early on. If they come running out of the bush, you have no chance. You just run into them. And my car was totaled, and one of the elk had to be shot. It was not a very pleasant scene. So I understand now very well where the Ministry of Transportation are coming from when they say they don't like a buffer, and I certainly agree with that.
Thank you, Director Kuhn. Alternate Director Haim. Director Kuhn, lower your hand. Director Haim, recognize you, and you can lower your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question through you to staff. In light of the comments of MOTI with regards to the buffer, why would the bylaw come forward with the buffer in it?
Mr. Limshu.
Yes, the comments from MOT staff relates to the treatment of the lands within their right of way. So certainly they have jurisdiction over land clearing. I think from our perspective, we have to give consideration to other factors such as visibility, landscaping, drainage, possible drainage. So there's a number of those factors involved. I think, generally speaking, it's nice to have a bit of a buffer from a visual perspective as well as from a noise abatement perspective. In this case, given that it's 10 meters, it would also serve as assisting with natural runoff of the site.
Okay.
So I see Director Nicholson. Recognize you.
Thank you. So has anyone consulted biologists on this account? I'm really, I understand the Ministry of Highways or Transportation's issues, and certainly how they manage their corridors is their prerogative. But I think that we need to start thinking a little bit more carefully about the Highway 18 corridor and how, if we're going, how our planning impacts the elk herds and so forth. So was there any discussion with biologists on this?
Mr. Limshu, do you want to take this? I was present at a meeting that I could provide some light on this as well. Mr. Limshu?
We have not had any direct discussions with the ministry biologists on this particular issue.
So I could add to this discussion. I recently participated in a teleconference with our Flynn Road, provincial Flynn Road people, MOTI senior engineers and planners, where we were discussing the potential of Highway 18 bypass of the town of Lake Cowichan to South Shore Road. And I took the opportunity to, part of that discussion of the bypass was also the elk hazard that is becoming increasingly deadly to people using that highway. And so I had raised this had already been referred back to staff for discussion. in regards to the possible buffer. And the Flynn Road biologists and the MOTI folks and the likes were looking at all possible mitigation measures to ensure that there were reduced accidents and the likes. And this particular property was identified as a sort of a high transit area. And you'll note in the previous staff reports, there's been riparian reports and biologist reports and the likes that were done. And those considerations are accounted for, but in the words of one of the MOTI folks, they simply don't want to provide more hiding places for them. And secondly, there's a fairly healthy population around there. A buffer, a 10-meter buffer on that particular property on the low side of the road does nothing for enhancement of that corridor. If every tree were to be taken out between there and buildings, you wouldn't even see the building, and yet you would have an enhanced view across the river valley. So to answer your question, there have had biologists who have been made aware of this, and a buffer brings no significant advantage to this. Any other hands? Any other discussion? Is there someone that would see?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Director Nicholson.
No, it's Tierra. It's Director Acton.
Oh, have you got a head? Okay.
I had my hand up and I've been waving.
Okay, Director Acton, go ahead. No more hands up. Director Acton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to remember this application. I think this part of the buffer was just added by the committee and it was not actually recommended by staff originally. And if it's something that has consequences, perhaps it's something that we look at during our modernization and we don't just add it at this point. Am I correct on that?
Turn to staff, perhaps Ms. Sherrill.
That's correct. When the application was first considered back in February, there was no provision for a buffer. A buffer came about through discussions at the committee level.
Director Acton?
So it's likely not in the community plan and it's something that we could do later with some proper oversight and proper research and input from the community if we think it's a good idea moving forward. But if it's something that wasn't put forward by staff and part of the official community plan of the area, I think we could be, creating something out of nothing. And I would prefer to just leave it alone.
Thank you, Director Acton. Now, is that your hand up or Director Nicholson's hand up? I can't see your image. Director Nicholson? No, it's down. Director Nicholson.
Well, I was going to move the recommendation because I feel pretty strongly that viewscape and noise abatement is important. And the elk management issue is something that is a bigger issue that I don't think we can deal with today. And we don't have the information, and that requires a larger strategy for the whole corridor. And I certainly think I don't think that you can do these things after the fact. Once development goes ahead, then it's a done deal.
Director Nicholson, lower your hand. Director Kuhn.
I'm prepared to make a motion that we leave the buffer as a requirement out and go ahead with the application without the buffer.
So Director Kuhn is making that recommendation. I don't have a full screen, so I can't see all the participants. I moved by Director Kuhn. Do we have a seconder?
Can you can you repeat what his motion is?
Director Kuhn's recommendation, can you close the mic off, Director Kuhn? Is that the recommendation move forward without any reference to the 10-meter buffer. Is it seconded by Director Acton? Seconders all around. Director Acton, recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to add that this is something that we look at when we do our modernization. Is there a way to add that?
Well, I'll pick up on this. The entire area between the town of Lake Cowichan and the Scotts Falls turnoff that has that island of land between Highway 18 and the old Lake Cowichan Highway has been a regular topic of discussion at my APC and was discussed at our recent OCP renewal, and can certainly be discussed and referred to them again for further discussion. But this is more than one jurisdiction. It's FI and the town of Lake Cowichan and Area E. So it would have to be a broader discussion. Any other, I see no other hands in the side screen. Anyone else have any comments or discussions around this? So the resolution is that the recommendation move forward and that the reference to the 10-meter buffer be removed from the bylaws and they be sent forward to the next board meeting, correct? All right. I'll call the question. Are there any opposed? I see one director opposed. That resolution carries. Director Nicholson opposed. Somebody's got who's got it on? Let's see. I'm going to have to call for a short recess because my agenda screen just died. So let's take that 5 minutes now. Just a reminder to everyone, please mute your microphone and turn your camera off during the break, and don't be having discussions that you wouldn't want broadcast across the internet. Call you back in 5. Thank you. And I would like to say thank you for how cooperative everybody's been in using your hands and waving at me frantically and all of that. It's quite a bit to handle, and I'm trying my best. So we are now to item R3, and I go back to Mr. Limshu for staff explanation as to what we're doing with this one. Mr. Limshu, your microphone.
Sorry about that. Okay, so item R3, this is an application for a covenant removal, application number COV 19H02. The property in question is located at 4299 Entrance Road. So at the time that the existing covenant was registered on title, The zoning bylaw only permitted one dwelling unit on the property. And so hence the covenant was registered to ensure that when the owners built their new dwelling, they would decommission the secondary dwelling by either removing it or decommissioning it to make it uninhabitable. Back in 1989, the zoning bylaw changed to allow for secondary suite. Hence, the applicants are requesting the removal of this current covenant, given that the bylaw now permits a secondary suite on the property. The last point is that should the applicants proceed with moving forward with a secondary suite, they will still need to comply with the bylaws of today. Any questions?
It appears alternate director Haim has a question.
Sure.
Actually, I was just going to make the motion, no questions.
Well, it looks like we have a mover for the recommendation that it be recommended to the board that covenant EC 046869 registered on title for 4299 Entrance Road, PID 003026024 be discharged. Moved by alternate director Haim. Do we have a seconder? We have a seconder. We have Director Wilson, I think, is a seconder. Alternate director Haim, you can lower your hand. And I will call the question. Are there any opposed to this resolution? I see no hands opposed to the resolution. I declare the motion carried. That brings us to R4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Turn to Mr. Limshu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So item R4 relates to application number 01-C-17RS related to PID number 025-580-311 on Fisher Road. So the subject property is identified on the map for you. It's along Fisher Road. Just to recap, there are two amendment bylaws being proposed. First amendment bylaw is to amend the official community plan designation from agriculture to industrial. The second amendment bylaw is to rezone the property from agricultural resource to light industrial. The application has actually been before the EASC two previous times, once on April 3rd, the other on June 19th. At the June 19th committee meeting, there was a motion passed to require that all lots can be connected to the village sewer system or community system, and that a covenant be registered to ensure that. Since that time, the applicants come back, and if you look at attachment D in your committee package, there's actually correspondence from the applicant, Grant McKinnon, requesting that council reconsider the requirement to connect to a community sewer system. So I won't reread the letter verbatim, but I thought it made sense to highlight the main points of the letter, given that the applicant does not have the opportunity to speak at this meeting. So with the committee's indulgence, I'll just go through some of the main points with respect to the letter, attachment D in the package. So within the letter, it points out the fact that the proposed community system is in fact a step system. It's not the conventional gravity system. And so what that really means, it's a pressurized sewer line, which requires the installation of a septic tank on site with the effluent being discharged into the sewage connection pipe. The length of pipe is approximately, or will be approximately 1,100 meters long. The fact that there is still going to be a requirement for an on-site septic tank will require the owners of the property, should this project go forward, to remove and pump up the solids just like you would do on a regular septic system. The letter indicates that the proposed effluent is the equivalent to 5 to 8 homes with a low risk of adding nitrogen to the aquifer. And the letter indicates that that seemed to be one of the big concerns related to having on-site septic system. The estimated cost for the extension of the line is approximately $500,000, although the applicant thinks that may be a fairly low estimate. They're also highlighting the fact that what they're proposing is a Class 3 on-site sewage system for each parcel created. They suggest that with this class of treatment, they'll be able to treat the effluent to a quality whereby they can reuse the water for on-site irrigation. The letter also outlines the benefits to the community. So as it relates to the creation of jobs, short-term construction, long-term jobs for new businesses that are created by the creation of this industrial development. Net increase to taxes. Taxes would go from approximately $3,400 to $285,000 or thereabouts. And bearing in mind these are estimates. There would be little to no cost to the CVRD as the regional district would not be providing water, nor sewer or garbage pickup. The applicant does anticipate to make a contribution to the Cobble Hill water system as the project will be connecting to a community water system. Last but not least, the applicant does point out that the proposed zoning change may have less of a negative impact on the aquifer than what is currently permitted under the existing zoning. And so they use the example of agriculture uses, whereby you might be tapping into the aquifer for irrigation purposes. Secondly, there might be concerns with respect to fertilizers being used to conduct agricultural activity on the lands. Any questions?
And I would ask directors to use your hand to indicate, because while the shared screen is up, I can't see faces. So I've got Director Acton, Director Wilson, and Director Salmon so far. And I can't see the whole screen. So I will start with alternate Director Haim as well. Go with Director Acton first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few questions for staff. I appreciate that the applicant came back trying to present a case like a business case, because I am, someone who, I really want to support local business and local developers and people who want to invest in the community. I also want to have a balanced approach to it. So what are some of our, there's always a cost to the community and to the environment. So what is that? And we do have a lot of Area B residents on the Fisher Road Aquifer. So I am concerned about that. The applicant in his letter brings up an interesting point of the property value increasing something like 83 times more property taxes would be collected. So therefore the property value is going up. And that's apparent when you can change your zoning from agriculture to light industrial, the values do go up. So I don't actually see a business case that it's not affordable still at this point. And if it's not affordable, then I would argue that it's a time to allow growth to dictate the value. So it's always there when the community needs it and when we can support it in that way. So I'm really troubled by the request. I really want to support the director of the area, and I know that Director Wilson feels strongly that this is something that should go through. But I'm really struggling with that because of my own residents in Area B. I know for sure, like the Kingburn community, they would be really concerned about this. And they do, and when we can avoid something like this, and we have our watershed function, this is what our watershed function is set up to do, is to help support land use decisions. So we're not using our values here that we stand behind. If we accept this, we have made a decision based on the owner. And we have stood here before and said, we rezoned the property, not the owner. And I know Mr. McKinnon is a great community person, and I want to support him, and I want to support the director of the area. But if there's no business case for it, if the community can't support it with the right decision of protecting the aquifer, and I know that the community of Cobble Hill, that is their major concern. There's no way to guarantee that the jobs are going to be in Cobble Hill, and the property tax is going to be there to move forward. So,
Director Acton, can I just ask you, are you getting to a question for Mr. Limshu, or do you want to make your comment if there's a resolution on the floor?
Sorry?
You starting with a question to Mr. Limshu, and I haven't heard one yet. So.
Well, so then I find the numbers interesting from the applicant stating that we would suddenly get almost $300,000 in property taxes versus $3,500 or something that it currently gets. So how do we get those numbers without the value of that property going up? So I don't think a full business case has been presented. And I also thought that we were going to get the numbers from engineering so that we could compare that to the property values.
So let me just step in here at this point. Is there anyone from engineering that would like to offer anything in regards to costs and numbers, or is that are we considering that more of a comment?
I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Dennison, welcome.
Thank you. Always a pleasure, even in this reduced scope. So yeah, we provided a distance, where the connection point would be, and it's about 1 kilometer or so down the road. The cost estimate of 500,000 seems about right as far as the interconnect costs. It's a relatively small pipe. As Mr. Limshu pointed out, it's a step type connection, so it's a relatively small pressurized pipe. It doesn't have manholes or things of boosting pump stations, things of that nature. So the costs are relatively modest for that length of pipe. But otherwise, I don't know, we haven't done any sort of work to estimate what the on-site cost would be to have on-site treatment. They've done that themselves. We're not really very much in the way of experts on on-site systems. We don't have any, but we could probably work up something if that was requested. But we don't have a comparison, but it would certainly cost, substantial money to have on-site systems. Well, I can clarify, by the way, there's one thing that's not quite accurate. They're seeing what they're calling a class 3. It's actually a type 3 on-site system under the Ministry of Health system, not Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Health system. And type 3 is equivalent to class B under the Ministry of Environment. They're essentially the same standard, which does not include nitrogen reduction, just for clarity. That's not in the standard itself. Also, it does not allow for reuse. So if you're trying to reuse that effluent on site, you'd actually have to go under Ministry of Environment, register there, and do the environmental assessment work in order to indicate that that would be acceptable. And you'd have to move it to a class A quality under the municipal sewage regulation, plus some other features as well that's needed for reuse. So that's another couple levels up from what's being proposed. So that just for clarity's sake, so the directors know that there's some difference there in order to reuse the effluent.
Thank you, Mr. Dennison. Does that answer some of your questions, Director Acton? Thank you. So just to let everybody know as regards to the speakers list, and I'd like to I think there should be some discussion on this. I'll go to Director Wilson, Salmon, then Haim, and I've got myself on the list. Director Wilson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. as the board knows, I am probably one of the most vociferous proponents of protection of our water sources, and it's something which is very dear to my heart. And if I had any doubts at all as to the of this application, I would be strongly opposing it. I have no doubts at all about this application, and therefore I am seeking support basically for option 3 of the staff report, which is presented which says basically, I'll find the right piece of paper here, and I'm sure you've all read it before anyway. Option 3, to allow for on-site sewage disposal subject to further review of permitted uses. That staff be requested to work with the applicant to review the list of permitted uses in the INDI 1I-1C zone to consider prohibiting uses that may be deleterious to the aquifer. So there are provisions in here to allay some of the fears that Director Acton has brought up. I will protect aquifer 197, aquifer 202, and every other aquifer and water source in our area with every ounce of my ability. If I had any doubts at all about this, I would be opposing it. There is nothing wrong with what the proponent is proposing here. One of the things that he has pointed out in his letter is the fact that even if that 2-inch pipe was put in, it's not enough for future expansion of other businesses or even residences joining in. It would become redundant in a very, very short period. And there are a lot of things which are, this thing has been going on for 3 years, and it really is quite frustrating for everybody, in as much as, are we really saying that we're closed for business? The very fact that the property values will go up is neither here nor there. This is not a property developer we're talking about. This is a strong member of our community who wants to expand onto land which has not been used and is basically going to waste. Beyond the question of the going into the Cobble Hill Village core sewage section, there is a mention of this on the staff report dated of March the 25th, 2019, section 21, which says, policy within the OCP seeks to require that any business park established in accordance with another policy of the plan create a community sewer system to service the development if it is located outside of the village containment boundary. The definition of a community sewer system in the OCP is a system that has 50 or more connections. 50 or more connections. This will have the equivalent of 5 to 8 connections. As far as the property taxes are concerned, this is based on what is being paid now and what would be paid once this is fully developed. And I have to say, again, property values here are not because this is a no. It's a question of what can we do to build up the property taxes coming from a commercial enterprise within Cobble Hill. One of the things that has become very, very obvious since the COVID crisis began is that globalization has failed to a certain extent as far as supply lines for very necessary goods from overseas. And this may mean a rapid movement towards a supply model which relies more on local self-sufficiency and the production of a number of consumer and essential products. If this supposition proves to be accurate, the requirement for just this kind of local business development and associated production facilities will become more important than ever. Maybe the original X number of dollars widget or surgical mask or ventilator may perhaps cost 10% more, but at least we, the members of this regional district, will be positively contributing to our economy and our future security of supply. And we can be confident in the quality of that origin and supply of the widget. Call it what you want to. Basically, I would love to see this one go ahead. I would love to see it go ahead under option 3, which will then ask or make sure that the applicant works with the planning department to make sure that everything is in place. There is no question there. I'm sorry about that. I have no question for Mr. Limshu. But basically, I'm hoping that this will get through. And I'm asking for everybody's cooperation on this. We're in a situation where the more local stuff we can produce here, the better off we're going to be. And I apologize if there is no question there. Thank you.
Yeah, fair enough, Director Wilson. And I think we're all trying to be accommodating and fair and kind with each other. And I think that for the most part, we'll get through this and have good, solid discussion. I just want to review, we've got hands up. I see Director Smith waving at me. So I'm just going to go through and note that we have now Director Salmon, Haim, myself, Nicholson, Acton, and our Nicholson, Smith, then Acton. That's my current speakers list. We don't have a resolution on the floor. And I think given everybody should take the opportunity to make whatever questions they have of staff, and then we could look at putting a resolution on the floor and having a discussion and debate on that. So,
Mr. Chairman, I thought I had made the resolution that we accept option 3.
Second.
Okay, well, it looks like we got a mover and a seconder. I was asking that we have questions through to staff and discussion prior to a resolution being put on the floor, but we now have a duly moved and seconded resolution, and I will continue on with my speakers list. I see Director Yanni DiNardo has put her name on the speakers list as well. So just for clarity, we have a resolution on the floor. It's option 3. And you can, given we're trying to have latitude and open and frank discussion with each other, the floor is yours, but try and keep your comments brief. And if you have a question for Mr. Limshu or clarification, please make that at the beginning of your comments. And I'll go to Director Salmon.
Yeah, I do have a question. First, I'll just say that I support this 100%. And I don't think we've mentioned so far, we really do have a need for industrial land, especially here in the south end, and that's a perfect central location. And especially as we're rebuilding our economy after COVID, I see there's an estimated 90 jobs here when it's built out, good local jobs. So I think that's great. But I was interested in the comments that just on the system itself, and that it wouldn't really be a full, complete sewer connection hookup. Each of those lots would have its own tank, which would and its own pump. So it's and have to be pumped out regularly and maintained, and apparently even when if a full gravity system did eventually come, that would all be redundant. That they put in at great expense. So I'm quite concerned about that. So, but maybe just a question for Mr. Dennison. Overall, how important would this tie-in be to your plans for this area?
Mr. Dennison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, this is so the sewer line up Fisher Road is not one of our, at this point in time, is not one of our priorities. The areas, if this was on Fairfield or Hutchinson, it would be quite a bit more important to us, because we're hoping eventually to be able to tie in Maple Hills, one of our other systems, into the Cobble Hill system, and thereby get rid of another CVRD utility, small utility, and join it into a bigger one. But Fisher Road doesn't head that way, and there's not a lot of residences there. There's one spur road that has a few on it, but otherwise it's a lot of there's a lot of existing commercial industrial uses that are not big producers of sewage. So from our point of view, it's not a priority thing. If we had resources to spend, that would not be the place we'd spend it at this point in time anyway.
Just
follow up.
And how many, roughly how many residential equivalent connections would this be equivalent to?
They indicate 5 to 8. When I looked at it, I came up with 5 residential equivalents. So I would agree the 5 to 8 range. That seems correct.
A small number.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Next on my list is alternate director Haim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple questions to staff, and they may result in follow-ups. And this is based on the discussion that's occurred here today, as well as reviewing the previous videos and that. Is it my understanding that the infrastructure that this proponent would be required to put in would only service that property, and there's no ability to expand for the adjoining properties, industrial or otherwise?
Mr. Dennison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, actually, one of the strengths of a step system, and one of the reasons that it can be a tool in the toolbox in certain situations, is that it does have a fair bit of capacity even for a small pipe. The septic tanks, which are, as been pointed out, would be retained on each property, have a certain amount of sort of storage capacity in it, and so you can actually run a fair number of units through even a 2-inch pipe. Probably, there'd be some particulars to look at, but maybe on the range of, I don't know, 30 or so, maybe more homes or residential equivalents could be put into a 2-inch pipe. So there would be some surplus capacity. And one of the reasons that we would allow a 2-inch pipe in this case is because there aren't very many residences in the area to connect to it. If we had a lot, if there's more there, then we might look at a larger pipe, a 3-inch, say, maybe, or something. But in this case, a 2-inch would adequately service the ones that are in that area. Now, this is all under the proviso, by the way, none of the uses in this property or elsewhere on Fisher Road are discharging process water. So this is all about the wastewater equivalent from staff, employees of these facilities, and not processed water. So if you had a, what would be an example? Say a vegetable processing plant or something that had a wastewater, a significant volume, that changes everything. And it's a completely different circumstance. Also changes on-site considerations too, because then you have to go to Ministry of Environment. You can't deal with health. So I'm assuming that would not be part of the discussion in this case. They're not looking at any kind of industrial type wastewater is being generated on site.
Just as a follow-up, Mr. Chair, in relation to the adjoining properties, there's a number of already industrially zoned pieces of property in the area. Do we have any tools, recognizing that they are already zoned, to require or to demand or require them to connect in any similar fashion, be it through issuance of building permit or development permits or anything of that nature?
And Mr. Dennison, before you answer, or whoever's answering, alternate director Haim, can you take your microphone just a little bit away? There's a small breathing sound coming through on everybody's thing. Mr. Dennison.
Actually, I would leave the answer to that to my esteemed colleague, Mr. Limshu, because it's an OCP type of thing. We don't require people to connect to our utilities. We don't have that authority.
Mr. Limshu.
At this point in time, I will have to get back to the committee on that because I don't know the answer.
Do we have any other staff have any opinions to offer on that? I guess not.
So just so that I understand the question is whether or not there's any bylaws in place to require any future applicant, to connect into an existing system. Is that correct?
Yeah. So, for example, if say one of the adjoining industrial properties was undergoing some sort of project, construction, or otherwise, recognizing that they are already zoned industrial, whether or not there'd be any requirement for them, or whether or not we could put a requirement on them.
Yeah, typically those kinds of requirements are contained within the Women Services bylaw, or in some cases within the actual zoning bylaw itself. I just can't tell you off the top of my head at this point in time whether or not those requirements actually exist in the bylaws for the area. I'd have to do some research on it.
That concludes your questions, Alternate Director Haim. Excellent. I'm actually going to go to Director Nicholson next.
I'd like some sort of clarification questions here. So what I'm understanding is that nitrogen's an issue in the Fisher Road aquifer. And what is being proposed by the applicant is would still add nitrogen to the aquifer unless they decide to do a fancier system than what is indicated in the letter. Is that my understanding, Mr. Dennison?
Yes, as far as my understanding of what they're proposing, they're saying a type 3 on-site system, which is equivalent to class B, which does not provide for nitrogen in the rules of the filing for the system. There would be no requirement for nitrogen reduction. I know that they've mentioned to me that they're interested in an intermittent sand filter technology. I don't know if they're committing to that or not. If they use that technology, inherently there's some nitrogen reduction, not complete and not to a class A standard, but there would be some nitrogen reduction if they were using an intermittent sand filter.
And I presume that would be more expensive. So what we really don't have is a good understanding of the costing implications around this. And we know that the pressure line will be good for up to 30 or so residential equivalent units. So I guess my comments are really that although I'm very supportive of this kind of a development, I really feel that when we go forward with these things now, it's important to think about the long term and doing it right. We seem to be always trying to fix development things that have happened because people were keen on the development and didn't think through the implications of those developments, either environmentally or whatever. So I'm not clear that we've got that business case is there for us not to ignore this idea of hooking up to the sewer system. So I'm leaning towards option 1. I understand the need, the option 3 would be my second preference, but I still really feel that this is an area that is clearly in the long term going to develop, and I think as it develops, we need to do it right, and this is an opportunity, and they don't come along that often.
Thank you, Director Nicholson. I've got Director Smith, myself, and Director Acton. Oh, and I've got Yanni DiNardo as well. Yes.
So can you hear me? Okay. Yes. My question regarding option 3 is, are there currently uses that would not work for this development, and based on the the type of system that they're advise me on?
You dropped the last part of your question, and it sounds like that might be a joint Mr. Dennison and Mr. Limshu question, but could you repeat the last part of your question?
I'm looking for clarification on in option 3 asks for looking at the permitted uses. And with the uses, the system that they're currently looking to put in place, are there currently permitted uses that would not work well with that system? Is that what the permitted uses review would do, is clarify whether the system and the permitted uses actually work together?
So I'll take a crack at answering this, and perhaps Mr. Dennison can jump in. So to answer your question, the answer is yes. What we would do is take a look at the proposed uses in the bylaw to ensure that the requirements for water doesn't lead to industrial wastewater being produced on site. Because as Mr. Dennison's indicated, that would trigger a whole new set of requirements in dealing with that particular issue. Generally speaking, you can have industrial uses that have low water requirements. Essentially, you're just looking for water for washrooms, basically. Like if it's a manufacturing type business where there isn't a whole lot of water uses or wastewater produced, that's something that could certainly be accommodated on one of these properties. But I think the key is the amount of wastewater produced by the proposed use. And at the end of the day, what is that water being used for? Is it simply for bathroom purposes, as an example? Or is it part of the production for the industrial use? So those are the things that we would have to sit down between myself, engineering, and the applicant to work out and make sure that everybody is fully aware and understanding what the end uses are permitted on the properties.
And just before I go to your follow-up, Director Smith, Director Wilson, and Director Acton, you can lower your hands on your right panel. And Director Smith, your follow-up.
My question would be, Island Health approves the systems that are put in place. Is there any indication what Island Health is looking for at this time?
Mr. Limshu.
I think it ultimately depends on what sort of volume is being created from a wastewater perspective. So Island Health has their threshold with respect to the types of systems that they will oversee. Once you exceed those thresholds, you're now into the Ministry of Environment for approval. So I'm not sure that I can give a specific answer to Director Smith, but perhaps Brian can enlighten us.
And Mr. Dennison turned his screen on, so I think that's an opportunity to bring you into this.
Sure. So just for clarity, it's roughly about, it depends a little bit on the units and their, how many bedrooms and things like that, but it's around 15 to 17 residential equivalents or 5,000 gallons a day that you have to switch over from health to environment. Or if you are planning reuse of effluent in any way, that's into the Ministry of Environment jurisdiction. If you're discharging to surface waters or anything like that, also you're into Ministry of Environment. Or if you have special constituents in the sewage. So again, if we're into some kind of industrial wastewater that perhaps had, who knows, lead or something as a contaminant in that wastewater, then you'd also have to go to Ministry of Environment. Couldn't do that under health. Otherwise, health is the health system. You bring in your experts, they prepare the package, and they just file it with the Island Health. Island Health doesn't have sort of reaching out policies or expectations. You hire your qualified person, they put the package together, and it gets filed with Island Health. Island Health receive it. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Dennison. Mike Tippett, please. Mr. Tippett, your microphone is off and your face went away.
Sorry, I didn't realize it was on. I thought it was off. Sorry, Mr. Chair. I was observing on the YouTube channel, and then I decided I should log in because it sounded like there was a discussion that I might be helpful in. So I missed a little bit when I was transitioning between the two, but I gather one of the questions is something to the effect of, what can be done in policy or in zoning or other bylaws that would have the effect of requiring certain uses, if they were to occur in this site, if it was rezoned, to be connected to community sewer as we define it. And there are various ways to do it, but they would have to really be built into the zone. That's kind of the core way to do it. What we do in some zones is we have requirements that for any use to occur in that zone, the property actually has to be connected to community sewer. That's sort of one extreme. The other variation on that is you can say, well, the first 5 uses in the permitted use list don't require connection, and the next 2 do because they have groundwater implications. We haven't really gone very deeply into this on a policy level yet, and it's something that we're hoping to get into more in the modernized OCP. I don't know if that helps, but I hope it does.
Very enlightening, Mr. Tippett. I will, any further from Director Smith? Thank you. I'll go to Director Yanni DiNardo, then myself, then Acton, then Wilson. So Director Yanni DiNardo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am totally in favor of these industrial lands and in favor of this application. And now I'm really unsure with hearing about Class 3 or Type 3. I'm familiar with the Class A or whatever, and I'm a little nervous about the way this aquifer is. Is it not a sand and gravel aquifer too? And so I'm worried about all of the things like the oil separators, all of that. But also hearing the double H. I believe there was a letter that came from some people that have lived in Cobble Hill for a long time as well. And following up on Director Nicholson's remarks were very concerning, and also Mr. Tippett's with our HOCP. And I'm not sure that, I don't know if we have any, if staff has, and I know they said they didn't, but 500,000 to hook up to the CVRD system. But if you're putting in, the systems are expensive anyway. I don't know if they're going to be much off the price for putting in a system too. And at the same time, we want to look 50 years out. The thing with the harmonized OCP is to look at things not independently, and like we've been doing in the past, in the broader picture for the longer term. And I'm not really comfortable with this resolution on the floor right now after hearing what I've heard. So I'm still listening to the other people, to the other participants, but I'm not comfortable. I think that we have made mistakes in the past with not looking out to longer terms and regionally and all of that. And this kind of fits into our old way of the way we would think about applications. So I'm willing to hear the rest of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Yanni DiNardo. And I'm next on the list, and I've been trying my darndest to come to this discussion today, considering a whole bunch of different factors. And I understand that the McKinnons and their business has been a cornerstone in the community, and that Director Wilson's desires to support good businesses and the likes in the community. That's important. We've just done the industrial land inventory, and we have needs. It's a great location. All of those things are really important. And sort of following on Director Yanni DiNardo's remarks, when you've been here for a period of time and you've heard the various discussions about, well, the whole Cobble Hill, unconfined sand aquifer discussion started way before either she or I got here. And I'm thinking about other factors that haven't been raised yet. For instance, the Inova report. Well, it was more focused on combining systems and making systems bigger and connecting up more groups. Director Yanni DiNardo's analysis of, this is old way of doing things, and we have to look into the future. And the future, from everything that seems to be developing under the HOCP and the modernized OCP, is having our businesses and our residences and our commercial areas connected to proper services. So that lends me to believe that if this were a property that was rezoned for these uses, it's going to be of greater value connected to a system, even if it's a straight wash on the system that's being recommended under option 3 or the staff recommendation. Even if it's a wash, in the end, I think there's better protection against the risk by this property being connected. And another thing that I think is important that we shouldn't lose sight of is that we have to remember that it's not just the developer that's putting forward the recommendation that we have to consider. These properties will be sold. There will be other owners. There will be businesses that haven't even been invented yet that will be coming looking for light industrial properties and may not be suited to what's being proposed under option 3. I think the mitigation of risk and that long view thinking, that 20, 30, 40, 50 years, I'll sleep better at night knowing that this development is connected to a CBRD operated and maintained sewer system, as opposed to having to rely on the integrity of downstream owners to ensure that they're well maintained. And it's more along the lines of that. Lori has talked about the oil water separators for as long as she's been here, and they're only as good as the maintenance that's done on them. So in the time that I've been here, we've had so many small sewer and water systems come to us because the ability for them to keep up their systems, it just isn't financially or technologically feasible anymore. And they come and they ask the CVRD to do it. Well, we've already got the technology and the personnel and the systems in place. We got a great engineering department. And, I didn't have my mind made up coming into this, and I've been enjoying listening to everyone else. And I think I'll end there, and I'll go to Director Acton. Oh, Director Kuhn, have you spoken yet? You haven't spoken yet. So I'll go to Director Kuhn next, then Director Acton, then Wilson. Director Kuhn.
Yes, I have a question. There's been talk by some of the directors about the longer term, 50 years was mentioned, and I'm wondering if the applicant gets the go-ahead to do what he wants to do. Is there a way, or is it going to be too awkward or too maybe not possible to later, let's say the whole scenery changes in 20 years, could then be the applicants or the owners at that point be, let's say, persuaded or forced to join into a system? Is that possible?
I can just say, I think that's already been asked and answered, that we have no mechanisms to force people. Mr. Dennison's acknowledging that. We have no mechanism to force downstream users later on to join into a system.
Good.
Go to Director Acton next. Oh, Mr. Tippett, did you want to chime in?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just wanted to give you a sort of technical point that's related to what Director Kuhn was asking. If an amendment bylaw is passed now, which would permit this to operate not being connected to a community sewer system at this time, insofar as in the future we were to change the zone regulation saying from henceforth you shall be connected, they'd be able to continue without connection as a legal non-conforming use, so long as they didn't not expand. There may be other ways. I don't know. I'm not intimately familiar with them, but planning powers in respect of that transition are pretty weak. So I just wanted to give you that.
Thank you for that clarification. I've got, unless I'm mistaken, Director Yanni DiNardo, your hand is up on the screen again. Did you want it? Okay, thank you. So Director Acton, and then likely to Director Wilson to close. Director Acton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really find this problematic. This is the Fisher Road aquifer is the #1 concern of the Cobble Hill community and also of the Area B residents that are in Cobble Hill. So to go against a staff recommendation at this time, I think is, we're not planners. We've heard from staff that down the road, we cannot change this. This is the exact same thing that happened with decisions made poorly. And now we have a bloom. And so to say that there's no risk, there's always risk. There's always pressure put on the system. It's impossible to have zero pressure. And we know better than anyone else. If a dry cleaner comes in, we can't stop it. We can't even enforce our bylaws that dictate somebody not having 20 dead cars on their lot. So we're not going to be able to fix this in the long run. And like Director Nicholson stated, this is a great opportunity for the whole community. And as far as the business case goes, looking at that and looking at some of the numbers we've been provided and the costs, like Director Yanni DiNardo pointed out, I don't see that it's that much more. And we asked for those costs to be provided to us if that was really the hindrance for the development of this. And I think it is a great spot for light industrial, but we really need to do this properly. And so I'll be supporting #1.
Thank you, Director Acton. I was going to go to Director Wilson next, but I think I'm going to afford him the respect and the opportunity to be the closing speaker. So alternate Director Haim, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Hang on, just before you start, Director Salmon, did you want another crack at this?
Please. Director Haim can go first, though, if he was there first.
Director Haim, go ahead. Director
Okay.
Salmon, turn your mic off.
Thank you. Just in relation to option 3, question to either the mover or staff. Recognizing that this wouldn't have the bylaw going forward at this time, has the applicant been consulted about this possibility? Has the applicant got any thoughts about this possibility? Any input at all?
Just before we answer, I think the applicant's been fairly clear of what's been going on, and that's part of the response that's been in the package. I'll go to staff to answer first, and then if we need further clarification to the director. Mr. Limshoe.
Through to the chair, that's my understanding as well, is that there's been numerous discussions between staff and the applicant regarding various options. I'd like to defer to Mr. Dennison or the staff planner, Sheila Herrera, to see if there's any additional information they'd like to add.
Ms. Herrera, your camera and your microphone, please.
Mr. Chair, thank you. This option, the applicant would be aware. However, we definitely need more discussions with them. They're not, this sort of came up at the staff level more than discussion with the applicant.
Does that conclude does that help, Director Haim?
Yeah, if I might just comment in relation to it, then, I understand kind of both sides with respect to wanting to have them committed one way or another to a plan. But recognizing that this amendment and rezoning is an application of a property owner. If there's an opportunity to work with them to make it so that there is less of a threat or mitigate the threat to the aquifer, I think that it's something that we should consider. the motion itself, the option says to consider prohibiting uses that may be affecting the aquifer itself. It doesn't bind us either way to either the connection or the alternative plan. I think rather than moving it forward at this time, I think the applicant should at least be given the opportunity to consider that. And if they come back and they say, no, we want the full plate with regards to permitted uses in that regard, or else we're not going forward, then that's their decision.
I see you, Director Wilson. Go ahead, Director Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just to clarify for alternate Director Haynes, I didn't bring the option 3 forward blindly. I did speak with Mr. McKinnon and advised, and we have had discussions, and he's quite happy to go forward with option 3, which, as you have pointed out, means more discussions with staff to come up with the best option. If that helps, and I'll stop there because there will be some last pointed out. Thank you.
And I'll just note, Director Wilson, again, that you're coming through very garbled and muffled, and I don't know if it's your microphone or what. Director Salmon.
Yeah, just so it's almost like Director Haim, but I assume this is we're going to have a discussion with the applicant and staff and consider prohibiting uses that may be deleterious to the aquifer. So I think that's the way to go. It would then, I assume my question to staff, it would come back to the committee once there have been some permitted uses eliminated or at least discussed. Is that right?
Mr. Lim?
The answer to that question through the chair is yes. So similar to the discussion we're having today with respect to connecting to a community sewer system, if the motion from the committee or the direction from the committee would be to go and have further discussion, i.e. option 3, we certainly have those discussions. And if we can come to an agreement, we'd certainly prepare a report, bring it back to the committee for consideration. And at that point, the committee can decide whether or not the application has merit to move forward.
Can I have some clarification on that point, please, Mr. Limshu? Because, generally when we develop policy like this, if we're going to be that prescriptive, then we will name specific activities or that are prohibited from use. But if there's there's a list, and basically if someone comes along at a later date and the activity that they're proposing doesn't appear on that list, but it is still deleterious to the aquifer, they can proceed, can't they? Sure. Or Mr. Tippett, maybe.
Yeah, it's been my experience that the uses permitted are identified within the zoning bylaw. So there's a section that, a section in the bylaw that says permitted use for each zone. And if a person is wanting to conduct a use that is permitted, they're fine. Assuming that, they go through all the process with respect to development permits and so forth. If the use is not identified, it doesn't mean that they can go ahead and do it. It would trigger an amendment to the bylaw at that point in time.
Fair enough. Thank you. Mr. Dennison, you want in on this?
Yeah, just one comment that might be useful in the discussion here is that one element of our management bylaw for any of our sewer systems is the source control component, which is a section of the bylaw that defines the kinds of things that we can receive in the sewer system. And so there's all the, all kinds of deleterious materials that are listed as being controlled. So if those are in the wastewater, then we have control over that. And the discharger would have to provide additional treatment as required to our satisfaction to make sure that whatever that deleterious material is, that it's not going to be harming our system or the discharge in any way. So we do, if somebody is connected to our system, then we do have control through the source control part of the management bylaw to deal with whatever it is that might be coming our way.
Thank you. So we've gone through alternate director Haim, Director Salmon, and the next person I have on the list is Director Wilson, and I believe he will be closing the discussion on this item.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, can I ask a question of Mr. Dennison? He would know the answer to this one, and then I can take things from there. The Arbutus Ridge system that was put in recently, last year, I think it was, Mr. Dennison, can you tell me what type of system that was? And it is a fairly large system, as I recall.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I missed part of the end of that question, but I believe it's about Arbutus Ridge. That's a Class A system. So that used to be Class permit. It wasn't into the class system at all. It was an old permit. And then we did the upgrade, and it's now registered with the Ministry of Environment as a Class A system.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. So Class A is the very highest system that's allowed. This is, as many people have said, it is a great opportunity to get things going. And one of the good things about option 3 is that it means that the applicant can go back to the planning department, to the land use department, and discuss everything, so we can fine tune this to a degree that's not been seen before. And we can protect. And of course there is risk. I never ever said there was no risk to the aquifer. I will repeat, I will protect the aquifer with every ounce of my being. And if there is any kind of risk, to me, it's very, very small. The reward, and we're all in the business community, we know what the risk reward scenarios are. The rewards will be far greater. They will outweigh the risk, which to me is minimal. I've done my homework on this one. I am there to protect everything that we've got there. So, and I've said, I have spoken with the applicant. He's quite happy to go into more talks with the land use planning department, and to make sure that everything that they want is in place. The only sticking point right now is hooking into or having the need to build a system which is not going to do anything to protect an awful lot of what we're trying to protect. So once again, I know there is opposition to this, but I'm asking for support for option 3 to go to that. And as we say, if option 3 is passed, it will still come back to this board. It will be fine-tuned, and there will be an opportunity then to say yay or nay to this one going forward. So please support. Thank you.
Okay, I think I've got Director Acton raised her hand again, so I'm going to ask Director Acton to comment and be closing remarks, and we should get to a vote. So Director Acton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a clarification of what what Director Wilson stated was, so if number 3 is passed today, which I currently am not supporting, but when they come back with recommendations of the land use, at that point, do we have an opportunity to revisit hooking up to the sewer system?
Mr. Limshoe.
I would say yes, you do. Similar to this discussion evolving to where it's at now, it's my understanding, just reviewing the file briefly, that when the original rezoning application came before the committee, the question around connecting to community systems, both water and sewer, was part of the discussion. And through those discussions, it's involved into requiring the applicant via the last committee meeting to connect to both community water and community sewer. So, by choosing option 3, it doesn't negate discussion around whether or not it still makes sense to connect to a community sewer system. At the end of the day, the board has to be comfortable in its decision as to whether or not the proposed land use makes sense for the site and all the conditions surrounding that decision.
Is that the clarification you need?
Yes, and I'd also like to have clarification on how much time has this application been taking, and you know, if we continue to delay our decisions on it, it's going to take even longer.
Mr. Limshu? Mr. Limshu?
Sorry about that. I'm going to redirect to the staff planner. She's been involved with the application far longer than I have. But certainly, if option 3 goes forward today, it will require additional discussion and it will prolong the process for the applicant. There's no question around that.
Thank you, Mr. Limshu. Ms. Herrera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The application has been in since January 2017.
Thank you. So I have we got all 9 of us here. We have all 9 of us here. I will read what option 3 is. And option 3 is that staff be requested to work with the applicant to review the list of permitted uses in the I1C zone to consider prohibiting uses that may be deleterious to the aquifer. So I'm going to call the question, and using your little hand on the right, all those opposed. Okay, we have Director, are you using your hand? So I've got Director Acton opposed, Director Yanni DiNardo opposed, Director Morrison opposed. Then the motion passes. Next item.
Excuse me, Director.
Oh, Director Nicholson, were you opposed as well?
I was opposed.
Oh, I'm sorry. So it's still just for confirmation, Director Nicholson, Director Yanni DiNardo, Director Morrison, and Director Acton opposed. Are there any others opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Next item. R5.
Sorry about that. I just need to turn my mic on.
And there you go.
Okay. Okay, so next item, R5. This is in relation to...
Before you start, can I just ask directors with their hands up to put their hands down, please? Go ahead.
Okay, so with respect to R5, this is in relation to application number RZ18E01. And it relates to the property located at 4450 Trans-Canada Highway. Basically, it's at the corner of Trans-Canada and Wilmot Road, as indicated on the map for you. On December 11th, the board passed a resolution to give second reading to the proposed amendment bylaw. However, it was also referred back to staff to consider other uses. So just to clarify that, the proposed bylaw received first and second reading. There was a public hearing held. After the public hearing, at the consideration of third reading, there were some discussions around uses and concerns raised at the public hearing. Staff was directed to discuss with the applicant as to whether or not they would consider amending the uses in the zoning. In particular, the uses associated with automotive. Through our discussion with the applicant has indicated that he is fine with removing the automotive use within the proposed zone in order to move forward with the rezoning application. In terms of process, the change in the land use zone actually will trigger a public hearing. So process-wise, as outlined in staff report, what will have to happen should the committee support the recommendation is that the board will have to rescind second reading, adopt the amended bylaw which eliminates the automotive use, and schedule another public hearing to move the bylaw forward. Any questions?
Great. Can you lower the recommendation and so I can see my colleagues?
Oops.
Still can't see my colleagues. There we go. So do we have any hands up? Director Wilson has his hand up on screen. Are there any questions for staff? There's Director Wilson.
Sorry, press the wrong button there. I have no questions.
Fair enough. And this is electoral area E, I believe. Turn to Director Nicholson.
Thank you. Can you remind me what is being proposed to be in this list of permitted uses then?
Mr. Limshu.
Through the chair, the proposed uses are actually on attachment. Just 1 sec here. Attachment B of the agenda package. And so just to refresh the committee's memory, the proposed zone is to change it from the existing commercial store zone, which is C1, to local commercial C5. And so it allows basically the uses that are permitted under the C5 zone with the exception of the automotive use.
So, I'm sorry, I should have talked to you about this beforehand, but there are two C zones along the highway that were possible, I think. And we chose the first one, the one that was chosen originally was done so. And now I'm just wondering if this is the most appropriate by removing the automotive or whether the other one makes more sense. And I'm just trying to think about consistency along the highway there.
Mr. Limshu. Or would you like to go to the planner on the file?
Yeah, I'd redirect that question to planner on the file.
Which is?
Mrs. Herrera.
Ms. Herrera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This application has gone actually through a few different planners' hands, and I'm not that familiar with the history and all the zones and uses that were considered prior to when this was first brought forward. The report, essentially, I took this over at the public hearing stage. The draft amendment that's before you now is based on what was in that report, right before it went to first and second reading, and then taking direction from the board to just make that one change. We didn't go back and look at the whole history of this file.
Thank you, Director Nicholson.
Right. This is it's very complicated because of all the different planners that have touched this, and also that the zones don't really reflect, I think, what we would like to have there. And it's sort of an issue for modernization. I'm just wondering if someone could just read to me what the permitted uses would be in that C5 zone, because I can't seem to find it in any of this material.
Ms. Herrera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm happy to point this out. In the package, it is in the staff report, and I can read it. I'm just bringing it up. Pardon me.
Director Salmon, your mic's open.
Sorry, it's on page 187, if that helps.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, it's in the application summary of the staff report. And it says, for clarification, the uses that would be permitted in the amended bylaw if it is adopted are the following: C5, animal, hospital and veterinary clinic, arcade, billiard and games room and bowling alley, business or commercial, private, school, catering, funeral parlors, hardware and supply sales, excluding external storage of goods, offices, banks, credit unions and other financial establishments, parking garages and lots, bus depots, personal service establishments, plant nurseries, horticulture, retail sales of gardening supplies and produce, accessory, outdoor storage, printing and publishing, libraries, repairs, servicing, sales and rentals of personal and household goods and power tools, electric and electronic equipment, but excluding external storage of goods, retail stores, including convenience stores, and automotive parts and accessory sales, but excluding external storage of goods, one single family dwelling per parcel accessory to a permitted use above.
Okay, I'll move the recommendation.
Recommendation moved by Director Nicholson, seconded by Director Salmon. And let me just get back to the, well, that's a long one, but we got to read it. So one, or be recommended to the board that second reading of CVRD bylaw 4281, electoral area E, couch and stations at Glenora, zoning amendment bylaw C5 zone at 4450 Trans-Canada Highway 2019 be rescinded. 2, CVRD bylaw number 4281, electoral area E again, zoning amendment bylaw C5 zone 4450 Trans-Canada Highway 2019 be amended by deleting subsection 2.A sub D in its entirety and adding a new subsection 2A sub D, which reads D, following. Additional regulations apply to the property legally described as Lot 1, Section 3, Range 3, Cowichan District Plan 8512. 1. Notwithstanding Section 9.4 Sub A, automotive sales and repair, gas bar, and restaurants are not permitted uses. 2. A landscape screen of at least 4 meters wide, including a fence, and at least 1.8 meters in height must be maintained along the northwest and south parcel lines. 3. All parking and loading areas shall be paved with asphalt, concrete, or other suitable impervious material and shall include oil water separators. Number 3, that bylaw number 4281, electoral area E, Cowichan Station, Satlam, Glenora, zoning amendment bylaw C5 4450 Trans-Canada Highway 2019 be read a second time as amended. And 4, that a public hearing be held in relation to CVRD zoning amendment bylaw 4281, 4450 Trans-Canada Highway with directors from electoral areas E, D, and C as delegates. Everyone is clear on the recommendation. I will now call the question. Are there any opposed? I'm seeing none opposed. That motion carries unanimously. Director Nicholson, could you lower your electronic hand? Just for everyone's information purposes, there is, upon the guidance of the provincial government in regards to public hearings, and this goes a little bit towards what had been discussed earlier in the public input, Staff are seeking appropriate measures to enable us to move forward with a public hearing of sort, whether it be written submission or the likes. They're still working on that, and they will be in touch with us when they have a workable solution so that the community can have its input on matters such as this. So that will lead us to the next item, which will be R6. And I think Mr. Limshu has some information on this one. Over to you, Mr. Limshu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item R6, application number DVP 19G03, relates to 10870 Olson Road. The proposed application is to relax the interior side yard setback from 3 meters to 0.9 meters, and also to relax the rear yard setback from 4.5 meters to 4.28 meters for the purposes of allowing the property owner to create an addition to their home. Basically, the addition is to accommodate a family member, the mother of the applicant, so they need extra space to build on the property. The location was considered because of existing constraints on the property related to the location of the septic field, the existing of a new deck, and the chamber for the septic field. So that's why this particular location was selected. Having said that, there was information submitted just prior to the committee meeting. I did circulate an email to all the committee members, and I believe Director Nicholson alluded to that from one of the neighbors adjacent to the applicant's property. So I'm just wondering if all the committee members had a chance to review that email.
Well, I can't see everyone because the application is up on screen.
Okay.
We have a recommendation, perhaps. We've got Director Smith having her hand up. So I'll recognize Director Smith for questions or comments, or maybe in relation to the letter that was sent.
I would like to move the recommendation at this time.
Okay, we have a seconder in Director Acton. And is there any discussion amongst directors in regards to this application? It's been duly moved and seconded. Director Nicholson.
Thanks. Thank you. It seems to me that we've had a request by the neighbor who's most directly affected by this to have further discussions. And I'm wondering if it would make more sense to refer this to the next meeting so those discussions can take place.
Might be appropriate to refer to Director Smith.
Thank you. The neighbor that has written in, the view from his location, until just recently, he had massive shrubs and trees blocking that area. So in all the years that they have lived there, that view has been totally blocked off from the house. So I'm not really sure why all of a sudden he has a concern about it. And he also has indicated that he has his mother on a list for a senior's home. So the view, when you look at the photos that were sent in, shows such a tiny little bit of water, if that's what he's looking for. But until recently, he had his own shrubs there. blocking that view. So I really am not thinking that his concerns really are something part of this this application. I think this application is a good application and we should move it forward as quickly as possible. This family has been waiting since, I believe, October, and the health issue involved in the family member has been changing from day to day. And I think it's really important that she's in a safe environment with her family to care for her at this time. We already know what care facilities are like, and I would not want to see this this family member put in that position at this time.
Thank you, Director Nicholson. I think I saw your hand up again. I'm going to step in for just a moment and just comment in that we've been seeing an awful lot of variance requests, and we tend to approve a lot of variance requests. And I'm just this is locking in a permanent reduction in the view, as small as it may be. It is a little late coming to the table, but regardless of the motivations, once again, we look at land use. We don't necessarily look at the owners, and we look at the use and its impacts. And there's some pretty tight areas there that in that community, and in these small confined areas, a sliver of a view is a sliver of a view, and if it goes away or is impacted, it does have impact. So I'm just wanting to raise the fact that we will, if we approve this, we will be locking in a diminishment of the rights of enjoyment of their property, whether or not the hedges was there 6 months ago or not. And just for people to consider that variances are important issues and we should be considering them seriously. Director Smith.
Thank you. The owners of the property, they could put a tree in that will block that view. So that could be also.
Your microphone's off.
No.
No, okay.
Okay. I'm sorry, I've got quite a bit of disconnection here that's going on. The tree, the owners of the property could just put a tree in that would totally block anything that's there. And I really would like to express again that the owner of the property that has written the letter had huge trees and shrubs blocking that view till just recently. So I think that that the concern is minimal. The people that actually are impacted the most, which is the property right beside it, they have not made a complaint or expressed any concerns. They're in favor of this application. And I think that if you'd look at the record of Area G, this you should realize this is probably the first application we've had on in maybe a year. So I don't think that in Saltaire we ask for very many variances or very many changes. So I think this is a good one, and I support it as the director of the area.
Thank you. Any other comments? Director Nicholson, your hand is up electronically. Do you want it to be up electronically?
I certainly did.
Director Nicholson.
I agree with the comments. I agree with the comments the chair made about this. I think it's a reasonable request that the neighbor be allowed to have a little bit of time to think about this. And I don't think it's up to us to judge how, whether the impact we don't even have enough information to understand what the concerns might be. So it seems to me a reasonable request that I think we should do. Community people, neighbors should work things out together. If we can support that, I'm all for that. But actually back to staff to have, so that there's some time for that discussion to happen.
So I see your hand, Director Smith. You've sort of faded in and out. I think we had a referral back to staff for further discussion. Was that your intent, Director Nicholson? I see nodding. So there's a referral motion made. We have a seconder, Director Acton. I will go to Director Smith on the propriety of referral on this item, not to debate the issue any further, but the propriety of referral. Director Smith.
I cannot support referring back to staff. We've already had items that come and go from staff. It only increases their workload. At this time, we definitely need to be moving things forward, and the staff are already at home working in awkward positions that we should not increase their workload. And we've talked about that in other times about referring back to staff and increasing the workload. I can't support referring this back to staff at this time.
Thank you. I'm just going to pose a question to staff before we go to the vote, and just ask if there is a anticipated, when could they possibly have discussions and bring this item back to committee for another look?
Through to the chair, and the timing will depend on how quickly the applicant and the neighbors can get together to have their discussion to see whether or not a resolution can be reached. And if there are changes to the proposal, high probability that we will have to send notices out. And there's a time requirement for when the neighbors receive those notices. So it's, long story short, this is not something that we could bring back to next committee meeting unless it was an identical application. If the application changes, then it would require us to send notices out to the neighbors to give everybody an opportunity to voice concerns, opinions with respect to the changes.
Thank you for that. Director Acton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to support the referral because I think we have to be a little flexible these days. This is not a normal format for us. And I know many of us know the neighbor personally, and he would have been at the CVRD asking us to participate and to consider his concerns. So I think, we can at least give him that much.
Director Smith.
Also the applicant would have been able to be at attend the meeting. And just for clarification, I'm a neighbor on the other side of this applicant. So I'm very in tune with the person who sent in the letter at the very last minute. We've all had an option of getting our letter. And there was the neighbors told me that they had a conversation with Sean.
Director Smith, propriety of referral, not debate of the matter.
Right, but you're saying that this applicant, I'm saying that he had a conversation with the applicant and he said he supported it. And that's the conversation that he had with them. And then all of a sudden, out of the blue, he turns around and writes a letter. So referring it back to staff, you want the applicant already had him saying that he was in favor of this application moving forward. So referring it back to staff I know this applicant, the person who wrote the letter also, and I feel that we need to move forward with this application.
Thank you. The motion is to refer this to staff, and I think we're all aware of what's involved. We've had for lengthy discussion. I will call the question. All those opposed, raise your electronic hand, please. I see Director Acton, are you opposed? Director Acton, Director Smith, Wilson, and
No,
alternate.
that mine is old. I approved the referral.
Okay, let's try this again. Electronically, please. Raise your hand if you are opposed to referral. We have alternate Director Haim, alternate Director Wilson, Director Smith. Opposed. The motion carries. Next item. R7. Mr. Limshu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me just bring up the So application related to item R7 relates to a development variance permit 19H04 for 8473 Breton Page Road. This is actually fairly straightforward. When you look at the site plan, basically what happened, the buildings were brought in, so they were moved in from elsewhere and located on the property. Once they set the building and it was resurveyed, there was a realization that the building was too close to one of the interior property lines. So the proposed variance before the committee's consideration is to relax the interior parcel line or the side setback from 3 meters to 2.9 meters to basically legitimize this error in the placement of the building. Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Limshu? Director Smith, your hand's up.
Sorry, I'll fix that.
Okay. I see no questions for alternate Director Haim. I'll recognize you. Your microphone's off.
Thank you. I'd like to move that it be recommended to the board that the development variance permit number DVP 19H04 PID 002991870 to vary section 8.2 of the Cowichan Valley Regional District Electoral Area H zoning bylaw number 1020/1986 to reduce the minimum interior parcel line setback from 3.0 meters to 2.9 meters be issued.
Seconded by Director Kuhn. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those directors opposed. I believe that passes unanimously. I've had a couple of requests for a short break, so it is 4:43. Please come back at 4:50. Turn off your microphones and your cameras. So I think we just dealt with R7, did we not? So R8 has been deleted from the agenda, is that correct?
That's correct.
So Mr. Limshu, why don't we go to R9?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alrighty, R9. All right, so item R9 relates to application number DVP 19H02. The property is located at 13605 Campfire Place. The proposed development variance is to relax the rear yard setback from 4.5 meters to 3.15 meters. And the purpose of the relaxation is to accommodate the redevelopment of an existing garage. So what the applicant would like to do is to basically add a second story onto the existing garage in this location to provide for a suite. Basically, the addition triggers an encroachment into the rear yard setback. Seems pretty straightforward. Are there any questions?
It seems pretty straightforward. Let's, can you lower the recommendation so I can see my colleagues?
Okay.
I'm scanning the side panel looking for hands, and I don't see any, and I believe this is an Area H file, so I'll turn to the alternate director for the area.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that it be recommended to the board that the development variance permit number DVP 19H02 PID 002034-020 to vary section 8.1B2 setbacks of the Cowichan Valley Regional District Electoral Area H zoning bylaw number 101020 to reduce the minimum rear parcel line setback from 4.5 meters to 3.15 meters for an accessory building to be issued.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Director Kuhn. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair, if I might?
You might.
You know, in this case here, the applicant's done the good things. He's gone around and got letters of support from the surrounding properties. On top of that, it's the using of an existing building. So from that standpoint, there's very little effect on the neighborhood other than that legalization of that setback.
Excellent. You can lower your virtual hand and I will call the question. Are there any directors opposed to this recommendation? I see no virtual hands. That recommendation is carried. Next item, Mr. Limshu, will be R10.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So item R10 is an application for DP number 19B17, located at 2373 Peterbrook Road, PID number 001-429-876. So the map you see in front of you just provides a bit of a context. The property was rezoned a few years back to accommodate the proposed subdivision. The property falls within the South Cowichan Rural Development Permit area. And within that development permit area, proposed development is to consider general guidelines outlined in the OCP, but more specifically as it relates to landscaping, rainwater management, environmental protection, subdivision guidelines, and wildfire interface. The development permit that's being proposed will include the developer's professionals, engineers drainage report. That drainage report will form part of the development permit itself that will get registered on title, and the applicant moving forward with the development will be required to meet the recommendations outlined in that drainage report. Any questions?
I see Director Yanni DiNardo waving at me. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Limshu. I have, I just noticed on this one, the seasonal wetland was important to me. Noticing that in our entire region, we've slowly depleted our wetlands and they're really important. So it says in attachment D that this is an important biological function of page 3 and on the Madrone report. And there's red-legged frogs, blue-listed, birds, nesting habitats, and salamanders. It went on. It was quite interesting. But then it says on page 2 on the staff report, the environmental sensitive, I think that's what it is. It says there's none. So will they be following the Madrone report at all? Because they really felt that even though I believe this was man-made, that it has it's created an amazing function for birds and habitats. So I'm just curious on that part.
We will be working with the applicant to make sure that they follow the recommendations within the Madrone report. We recognize, it is a man-made pond. However, we had the surveyor go out to identify the pond in its totality because the initial application didn't show that. And we've discussed it and raised it with the applicant to ensure that feature is preserved on site.
Thank you. So there will be someone following up on that because I would hate to see this feature lost.
Yes, we'll ensure that feature is protected.
Thank you so much.
Any other, don't see any, oh, there's a virtual hand from staff member Chloe Boyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add to that comment that the Madrone report was done originally, if I remember correctly, in 2010 and was to address if the wetland was considered a riparian area or not under the provincial regulation. And the report determined that it was not. And so it wouldn't be considered, the riparian protection guidelines wouldn't be considered to apply. However, it did note that it was an important environmentally sensitive area. And further to that, the drainage report, which was submitted as part of the development permit application more recently, did also determine that the wetland had important drainage functions. So that was made a condition of the development permit that this wetland would not be altered going forward.
Thank you for that additional information. I see Director Nicholson has her hand up. Oh, before we go to Director Nicholson, follow up with Director Yanni DiNardo. Your microphone's off.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Boyle. I also, my concern is that it is in here, and I realize it's not part of the RAR, but so my concern is that somebody will be following this up and making sure that it is followed. So that's my only concern, because over the years I've seen that it's kind of just slipped away. So thank you.
Director Nicholson's hand went away. Ms. Boyle, you can drop your hand if you have no further comments. And Director Nicholson's back up. Director Nicholson.
Thank you. When I was looking at this, I was having a hard time understanding what watershed it was in, whether it was in the Shawnigan Basin or part of the Coxsila watershed, which got me thinking that it would be useful in staff reports if in the table that provides sort of the standard information about an application, that we could, maybe staff could put which watershed the application is in. And I'm wondering from staff if that's a possibility.
Mr. Limshoe.
I believe moving forward, we can certainly make an effort to provide that information in our reports.
Thank you. Director Nicholson.
Thank you. I'd really appreciate that. And I think this is a very, this particular area is really of concern to the Coxsila. And one of the issues we have to always think about with watersheds is it's the aquifer may not respond. It may not be moving exactly the way the surface terrain would indicate from a watershed perspective. And I think that kind of information is also going to be really important to figure out as we move forward.
Thank you. And you could lower your hand and I'll turn to the director for the area. That was you, Director Acton. Microphone. Director Acton.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the staff recommendation, please.
Seconded by Director Yanni DiNardo, I believe. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those opposed. Director Nicholson, your hand down, or are you opposed? None opposed. That motion carries. Next item is, are we on R11?
We are.
Wow. 2/3 of the way through.
Yeah.
Almost.
So items R11 relates to applications number DP 19B16 and covenant. Sorry, I can't read the, but it's located at 2782 Meadowview Road. So there's both a request for development permit issuance as well as covenant removal. The purpose of the development permit is to accommodate a proposed 2-lot subdivision. So as you see in front of you, there's proposed lot A and the proposed lot B. Proposed lot B will contain the existing dwelling. The covenant that's being requested to release, the first one, covenant number CA680716, relates to a no subdivision covenant to prevent strata tiling of any new buildings on the property. So at the time that the suite was constructed, there was a requirement for that covenant to be put on title. The suite's been constructed, there's tenants living in there. There really is no further need for the covenant to be on title. Furthermore, it prevents from the proposed subdivision from occurring. The second covenant number EX26357, relates to a requirement that at the time that the larger subdivision was created, the existing house was supposed to be connected to a proper drainage system. The covenant refers to a wet well. The fact that we're going through a development permit process, the development permit will speak to drainage for not just the proposed lot A, but also proposed lot B. And through this development permit process, the drainage for both the new lot and existing and the lot with the existing house will be accommodated. So in effect, what we're doing is we're replacing the old covenant, EX26357, with a new covenant, which is effectively the development permit. Any questions?
Director Yanni DiNardo, can you lower your presentation, please? Director Yanni DiNardo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, this as well. I'd like to ask Mr. Limshu, what is a soaker well? I've never heard about a soaker well, and I have some questions on that. Can you just give me, what is the definition of a soaker well?
Mr. Limshu.
I was hoping that perhaps Mr. Dennison was still on the call. Yeah, with this, but because we struggled with this one because we really didn't know what a soaker well was. But the reality is what they're proposing is what we commonly refer to today as a rock pit. So if you look at the plans, there's a design that has the stormwater system being picked up from the roofs and flowing into this catchment, which is basically a pit filled with rocks to allow for the water to be collected in that one area, and then ultimately it will percolate through naturally back into the soil. And so on these larger parcels, that's how you deal with the on-site stormwater.
I have a follow-up, if I may. The swell environmental report on this has the bird breeding season. There's been a huge drastic decline in songbirds and hedgerows and all of that. So they note that. How will that be protected, or is there any way we can make note of that?
Mr. Limshu.
Just bear with me for one sec, unless the file planner, Ms. Herrera, can answer that question.
Okay, thanks. It was page 5 on the environmental report.
Yeah.
He's there. Please go ahead, Ms. Herrera.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. There are requirements drafted in the draft permit around the nesting seasons and basically the recommendations that were in the swell report. So they have been included in the permit, and it's attached in your package.
Thank you. I've noted them, like I did read that, but I'm just hoping that somebody, as well as like that last application, that somebody is following up on that, because we're having a lot of problems, even with farmland, hedgerows, Ministry of Transportation, people that are cutting down shrubs and stuff that is actually causing major decline in our songbirds. So every little bit helps. I'm just making note of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herrera. Thank you, Director Yanni DiNardo. And I see Director Acton with her hand in the air.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that there's some issue with this application, and I would like to refer it to the APC, because there's some history involved with these lots, and I understand that in the past there's been some flooding. So it was actually problematic to begin with. So having these covenants released, I think is poor foresight.
So I'll sort of play staff advocate here on what are we asking your APC that can't meet to consider in this referral?
Well, so, you know, as the electoral area director, it's nice to have some viewpoints of people in the community on some of these issues. I don't feel like it's wise to release those covenants, but you know, a second opinion from the APC would be valuable to me.
Second.
So we've had it moved and seconded that it be referred to the APC that can't meet. So you know that you're essentially putting an indefinite delay on this.
Well, I can either do that or I can move to deny the recommendation.
It's been moved. Oh, I've got Mr. Limshu weighing in here and Mr. Tippett. We'll go to Mr. Limshu first.
Yeah. I thought I'd mention that on attachment J, which is the draft development permit, there is, under the general requirements, there is a requirement for sediment and erosion control measures to be followed at all stages of development. So it's not just simply about the surrounding construction of the house, it's site prep and so forth. And these requirements are outlined in Schedule D of the development permit, which is basically the lot drainage plan provided by the professional engineer.
Thank you, Mr. Tippett. Mr. Limshu, close your mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I didn't have anything to add. I just reappeared when I thought Frank was going to struggle with explaining what the soaker pit was, but he did such a fine job. I should have just turned the camera off again. So thanks, Frank.
Fair enough. And so I would say that we have a referral motion to move in second. And you say that the covenant release have been addressed. This is through the staff. The covenants have been addressed through a professional engineer on these items.
So effectively, yes, that's what's going to happen. Should this development permit be approved, the development permit itself is registered as a Section 219 covenant on title. And so the applicant or the owners of the property will be required and are bound to follow through on the requirements and recommendations outlined through the development permit. And so as part of that development permit includes the various studies and recommendations put forward by the professional engineers for the lots.
So we have a duly moved and seconded referral motion. We should really only be discussing the propriety of referral. I'm kind of cognizant of the fact that development permits are of a more technical nature, which in a lot of circumstances we're relying on our professional staff and the professional people that are brought in to advise on these things. And it's absolutely within the purview of the director to refer this. So seeing no other hands in the, Director Yanni DiNardo on the propriety of referral. Your microphone, please.
Sorry. If they followed, if we're doing everything correctly, and if staff with the, do we have a right to send this back? Doesn't it have to be a reason that they're not following something? Or it seems to me that everything is being done appropriately. Sending it back is not going to make that, it's not a good idea. I'm just wondering if we are just delaying something that's already.
Your microphone cut out at the end, and thank you, Director Yanni DiNardo. And that's sort of what I'm trying to raise as an issue is we're trying to deal with these things appropriately, and it sounds like we have expert and professional advice on these. But as I say, it's the prerogative of the director to request that it be referred and discussed at her APC whenever the APC can meet. Director Kuhn. Director Kuhn waved me off. Director Acton. Your microphone's off.
Sorry, I had it on all that time. Sorry. So to staff then, this is the type of application where there is no opportunity to deny it at this point. All the rules have been followed, and the community has no say in this.
Mr. Limshu, you want that one?
Sure, I'll take a crack at it. Yeah, this is a development permit application, which is more focused than a rezoning per se. And so as long as the applicant is following through and meeting the guidelines, which they are, it's very difficult to refuse the development permit application.
Director Acton.
Okay, I'd like to retract my referral motion. Can I do that? Or can we defeat, would we?
Technically, it's a duly moved and seconded motion, and the appropriate recommendation coming from the mover would be to defeat.
Okay.
So I will, seeing no other hands in the air, and a recommendation to defeat the referral motion, I will call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? We should all be recording our electronic votes because I think we're defeating this one. So we have we've got Director Acton, we've got Director Salmon, we've got, come on guys, we need recorded hands on the side screen because we're defeating a motion. Okay, we'll start again. Director Nicholson opposed. Alternate Director Haim opposed. Director Salmon opposed. Director Kuhn, Director Wilson, Director Smith, Director Morrison, Director Yanni DiNardo, and Director Acton opposed. The motion is defeated. Back to the main motion. Have we actually had a mover and seconder on the main motion? Moved by Director Acton, seconded by Director Yanni DiNardo. Any further discussion on this item? Call the question. Are there any opposed to this resolution? And the resolution, let me read it out, that it be recommended to the board, development permit DP 19B16 for PID 026225964 be issued. Covenant number CA6807176 be released, and covenant EX 26357 be released. Call the question. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. That brings us to R12, and I believe that brings Mr. McDonald in if it's an information item only. Are there any questions for staff on R12? I actually have one. Mr. McDonald, I realize this is February and we're a little behind on these, but in general, are you noticing trends in regards to the health crisis that we should be aware of in regards to fee revenue, that sort of thing?
Certainly, if we look at March, things have slowed down, but we also had 2 inspectors that were self-isolating. So April will likely be a better indicator of where we're going with that. But it certainly seems that we've got processes to help the public out in order to process permit applications. So it's kind of business as unusual right now.
Good line. Any other questions for Mr. McDonald on R12? Seeing no hands, seeing no waving. R13, information item, inspections and enforcement. And that's Mr. McDonald again. And is there any questions for Mr. McDonald, or do you have anything to report, Mr. McDonald?
I have nothing further to report.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. McDonald. You've been very patient. Next item is R14. And is Mr. Limshu taking that one, or is Mr. Farquhar taking that one?
Mr. Farquhar will take that one, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
This is to have approval to proceed with an application to the Ministry of Transportation for a roadside permit to assist with completing the Phase 2 section of the Shawnigan Lake Rail Trail, which will connect up to Renfrew Road, just north of Shawnigan Lake Village. So that's the recommended resolution, Mr. Chair, is getting that direction of the committee to get the board's approval to make application.
Acknowledge Director Acton.
Thank you. I'd like to move the recommendation, please.
There's a seconder, and the recommendation is that it be recommended to the board that the Couch Valley Regional District enter into an agreement with the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure to permit construction and maintenance of the Shawnigan Lake Rail Trail connection to Renfrew Road in Electoral Area B, Shawnigan Lake. I'm seeing thumbs up from some directors. Is there anyone opposed to this recommendation? I see no virtual hands. That motion is carried. Next item is R15. Is that Mr. Farquhar again?
It is, Mr. Chair. This is specific to the initiating the Satlam Greenway Trail that's going to be built over phases in the coming years, with the first section being between Old Lake Cowichan Road and Hanks Road. We also want to be able to endeavor to involve our community volunteers when the social distancing relaxations are initiated a bit more. But in the meantime, this report was actually drafted back in February. We want to get, again, approval from the ministry to allow us to connect this trail on Hanks Road. So that is the recommendation that we wish the committee to consider sending to the board.
Okay, is this electoral area E? It is. Director Nicholson, would you like to move it?
I'd like to move it, but I have a question first.
Fire away.
My question is, am I to understand that this, the section that goes from Tipperary to the Satlam Greenway Park on the map, is that not a road right of way too?
Mr. Chair, there is a road right of way at the south end there, but where the trail would actually connect out would be north of there, out on the Hanks Road. There's quite a steep embankment where they show the Tipperary Road right of way along the southern boundary of that section of Satlam Community Park. And the eventual connection will be over to Don's Park to the west of Hanks Road, as well as going south through eventually ending up down at Sandy Pool Regional Park in many years from now when all the land pieces have been assembled. For the interim, this provides us access to Hanks Road.
Director Nicholson?
Right, I understand that, but I don't understand why we aren't asking for access right through to, and I can't remember the name of the road that takes you into the Caramar, you know, the Appaloosa Way.
Mr. Farquhar.
Mr. Chair, at this time, where the trail will come out on the Satlam Greenway Park, coming down from Old Lake Cowichan Road, it will intersect with Hanks Road. So that's the only section at this point in time that a permit is required. In future, when we wish to come further down and build a trail extending all the way down to Appaloosa Way, we'll do a separate application at that time.
Thank you.
But if I may, Mr. Chair, this application will cover that section of Hanks Road. So we will be good to get all the way down to Appaloosa.
Yeah.
So this will cover it off.
Director Nicholson.
So I understand that, but it's not a very great distance, and this would take us right down to where there is a trail along. I mean, this would make a much better loop for people if that was possible, and I don't understand why it's not possible if it's a road right away.
If the committee wishes to amend this to also include Appaloosa Way at this time, because there's not funding in the budget right now to build a trail that far, but if the committee wishes to amend it to include Appaloosa Way as part of this permit application, we can certainly do that at this point in time through the direction of the committee. So we're happy to see that be amended to include that.
So just before you step up to perhaps amend the resolution, you're taking on the pieces that you can actually action should the permit be issued.
That's correct. That's correct, Mr. Chair. We normally only apply for permits where there's a budget in place and direction from the board to proceed as part of our trail program. But if it's the wishes of the committee at this time to also extend in advance and get an additional inclusion of Appaloosa Way, we leave that to the prerogative of the committee.
I'll go to Director Yanni DiNardo next and come back to Director Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Nicholson, close your mic.
Am I on?
I'm just asking Director Nicholson to close her mic. Go ahead, Director Yanni DiNardo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Farquhar. My understanding, if you have a permit to construct, what we learned in Area D Parks Commission is if you're not moving forward to actually do it, if it's not in your budget, you actually lose that permit. We've done that in the past. So is that true? So if you have I believe there's a timeline with Ministry of Transportation with a permit to construct. I just wondered if that was true or not.
Mr. Farquhar.
Mr. Chair, in the past, there have been those conditions put in place by the ministry. So that is certainly a risk if, including Appaloosa Way at this time, it may expire before there's actually funds in the budget in future years to build that section. So that's a good point.
Okay, seems pretty clear. Director Acton. Director Acton.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I'm only using one computer. It takes a second to switch over. Yeah, so I think we should just let staff do their job here. There was good intention on trying to save some time, but if staff, obviously they do this all the time, and we should let them do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Turn to the director for the area.
So it was my understanding when we discussed this with staff on site that it was going to go right through. And it's a very small section, and we're just looking at a little single path trail. And I'm quite sure we could find money in the budget to do it if we could actually get the work done this year. So I would like to see it go ahead. It doesn't make much sense. I don't think the community would understand why we didn't finish looping the trail around to join up with the next one.
Mr. Farquhar.
Mr. Chair, we can happily see the committee make that amendment. So it would be that'd be recommended to the board of the Cowichan Valley Regional District enter into an agreement with the Ministry of Transportation Infrastructure to permit construction and maintenance of a community pathway trail within the Hanks Road and Appaloosa Road rights of way, Electoral Area E, Cowichan Station, Satlam, Glenora.
I think Director Nicholson is moving that. Correct? Seconded by Director Coon.
I am moving. I'm just not sure that is that the correct name of the road, Appaloosa Way?
Mr. Farquhar?
That is my understanding at this point in time, not having a detailed map in front of me, but I believe it is Appaloosa Way. But we can confirm that while the committee is considering it.
Okay. Well, we can modify it before
Thank
it goes
you.
to the board as well. So it's been moved and seconded. I have a question, and it might be for Ms. Weiner. Oh, and so Director Coon, go ahead.
Well, my question is always about money. Okay, is that in the budget, and who's paying for it?
And I think that's a Ms. Weiner question, and that's my kind of question where I'm going to. So Ms. Weiner, are you able to jump in? Or are you still with us? Oh, Mr. Farquhar, go ahead. Mr. Farquhar first.
Yes. Okay, go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair, I'm happy to answer this one. There is an overall budget of $25,000 for trails in Area E. So it would be covered through the Area E Function 235 Community Parks budget.
Director Coon.
Well, is that 25 enough for the whole deal, or I had the impression that 25 was put aside for that section.
Mr. Farquhar.
Mr. Chair, that is correct. This is going to be a multi-year, multi-phase Satlam Greenway project. This would be phase one in terms of trail building. And we're endeavoring to involve the community as a trail building project. So we're looking at the value of volunteers to help build as much as we can with the funds available in this year's budget.
I'll go back to Director Coon.
That didn't quite answer my question. The 25,000 was set aside for the proposed trail construction. So now the director of Area E wants to have that extended. Does the 25,000 cover it, or doesn't it?
Mr. Farquhar.
Mr. Chair, this will depend to a degree on the level of volunteer involvement. So the more volunteer involvement there is with this project, the more trail we're going to be able to build. And that has always been the premise of these trail projects involving volunteers. So we will endeavor to build as much of the trail as we can with the funds that are in this year's budget, understanding that if we don't complete it all, we'll be looking to the board in future years and the support of the community to fund additional sections along with community involvement through trail building projects with using volunteers. Yeah.
Thank you. And so that was essentially my question is I know that our budgets are pretty tight and pretty lean, and it sounds to me like you will endeavor to find whatever additional dollars are required to do the additional work that we may vote to approve at this coming up next. All right, anybody need any more discussion on this item? We have a resolution that's been we have a new resolution. No further discussion? I will call the question. Are there any opposed to this resolution?
What is the new resolution?
The new resolution includes the extra bit that Director Nicholson was wanting. Everybody electronically, is there anyone opposed? Director Kuhn opposed, the motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Farquhar. Next item, R16. I believe that's Ms. Sherolf.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and directors.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you for yours.
The report before you is a request to consider policy to guide public consultation on development applications during the current COVID-19 public health emergency. As has been noted, we currently are unable to refer applications to advisory planning commissions or to parks advisory commissions due to the restrictions around public gatherings and mandatory social distancing. We also have some challenges related to public hearings, which we may be able to overcome if we can hold hearings by written submission only. In doing that, we would need to seek legal counsel to ensure that we're following procedures that are legally sound and meet the intent of the Local Government Act in regards to the right for the public to provide input and to be heard. So the consultation policy before you is draft, is open to any amendments that you may desire, and would only be in place for the duration of the public health emergency. Of course, we don't know how long that's going to be at the current time, but it would provide our staff and applicants with some clarity around how their applications will be treated at the present time.
Thank you. I noted Director Smith has put her hand up, but I'm going to jump in first on this one. A number of you have spoken with me about this, and I think that it's probably a likely appropriate measured response to this, but we've only had a few days to actually contemplate it. I would be interested in pursuing this further, but I think if it might be possible, and we will be talking about whether or not we're going to have another one of, well, not a meeting like this, but another EASC meeting in a couple of weeks. I think I'd like a little bit more time to contemplate, and if we were to perhaps just refer this to the next EASC meeting, would you be able to pursue some of those inquiries with legal counsel as to give us a little more certainty? You did indicate this was draft, but if we were to recommend something to the board that would be fairly dramatic in changing our policies, do you see a problem with a 2-week delay for directors to consider this a little longer for you to get the legal advice?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I don't see any problem with that. I think we have 2 hearings now that we've been asked to hold, and those will be on hold until we can sort out a process. So we should be able to come back to you on May 6th with some more clarity around what that procedure would look like for holding a public hearing in that manner. Of course, we want to try to find a balance between gathering public input and maintaining public safety. And so, and we want to do that in a legally sound way, and we want to do that appropriately. So yes, staff would be happy to do some further work in terms of exploring what that would look like and come back to you on May 6th.
Or possibly the 29th of April. Director Smith.
Thank you. I agree with Director Morrison. I think that it's important that we have a better and a longer look at this. It's definitely a lot of details, and we have to look how it's going to impact around our areas. One of the questions, I had two questions. One was, who will decide what is controversial? So some of the public hearings or some of the hearings might be controversial. That was noted in there, and I was just wondering who would make those decisions, and who will decide if it has a significant public impact. So those might be something that when you come back for the next go round on this, we can have some clarification on that.
Through the chair to Director Smith, I can say right now that at any time when staff are preparing recommendation and a report to committee, we'll consider what potential public impact might be, and in some cases we'll recommend waiver of a public hearing if the proposed rezoning is considered to be fairly benign in nature. However, ultimately the decision as to whether or not a public hearing should be held or waived rests with the board. So that would be your recommendation to the board.
Fair enough, Director Smith. Yeah, this deciding what's impactful and what's controversial is kind of like using dowsing rods. It's you don't get it right 100% of the time. So with that, is there one of the directors willing to refer this matter to the next electoral area service? Moved by Director Smith, seconded by Director Yanni Denardo. Any discussion? We'll call the question. Is there anyone opposed to referring it to the next meeting? I see no hands go up. That motion is carried. Next item is R17. And just prior to the Ms. Sherrill beginning her comments, we're going to have a brief discussion at the end of this about when our next meeting would be, whether it be the 6th of May or whether we go to the 5th Wednesday. I would just like to remind everyone that to be very cautious if you have questions, to not go down the road into areas which should be discussed in closed session. We don't have the capability to simply resolve into closed session in electronic format yet. We may have an opportunity if someone has a specific question around this, around personnel or other items, to discuss this either in 2 weeks or in 3 weeks. So I just wanted to put that out there. Anything of a general nature that's not involving specific positions or anything like that are fine. But at this point, we don't have the capability, the technological capability to resolve into close. Everybody get it? Director, so I see a hand up. I wanted to go to Ms. Sherrill first to give her report. Is that fine? Ms. Sherrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will be brief. The report is obviously in the agenda package, but we essentially wanted to just provide an update on what staff in the Land Use Services departments are doing during the current public health emergency, given that, as Mr. McDonald noted, it is business as unusual. We are trying to keep things as normal as possible, given the constraints that we're faced with. So just to give you a brief overview, our community planning division is continuing its work on the official community plan harmonization and modernization. Despite the fact that we are unable to do some of the more sort of meaty public engagement that we'd like to do, there is a lot of technical background work that needs to occur that staff are working on at the current time, in addition to looking at some of our antiquated policies and bylaws, things like the old mobile home park bylaw, campground standards, sign bylaws, and also looking at the potential for new bylaws, such as a floodplain bylaw, and drafting some housekeeping amendments to the Area E OCP and zoning bylaws. Development Services is continuing to process in-stream applications. They are also accepting new applications electronically and continuing to communicate with their applicants as best as possible. Obviously, we've noted the challenges with referrals to our advisory commissions that will attempt to work through a resolve going forward. We haven't fully explored the potential for electronic meetings with our advisory commissions. That's something that we can do in consultation with our legislative services manager. And then obviously sorting out what's happening with public hearings, given the orders that are in effect from the province. Building inspection staff are continuing to work at near to full capacity, recognizing that they need to be safe when they're conducting inspections. They're not conducting any inspections of buildings that are occupied. They're taking in applications both electronically and in paper format. So a lot of the plans that come into building inspection are very large and can't be taken in electronically. So we've made placed some measures in place to ensure that that can be done safely. And they're also working on a fairly substantial backlog. So we do have people out there that might have taken out a permit and constructed, but didn't necessarily call for a final inspection. So working through closing up some of those old files. On the bylaw enforcement side, staff have actually seen significant increase in the number of calls that they've received, particularly in relation to open burning and concerns about social distancing. We've modified bylaw officers' schedules. They are now working through weekends. So for any members of the public out there who may be listening, be advised our bylaw enforcement are going to be working through the weekends, trying to maintain a presence in the region and particularly in our parks. And on our parks and trails side, operationally, we are doing a lot of what we would be doing normally. We're of course seeing increased visitation of local and regional parks. So our staff continue to be fairly busy on the operations side. They're continuing to work through capital projects, and in addition to conducting routine invasive species management and so forth. Obviously on the parks volunteer coordination side, there have been some challenges. So a number of events have had to have been canceled. Our volunteer coordinator will be going on leave shortly, and we will not be backfilling that position for the current time. But we will be preparing for eventually getting back to normal and being able to resume those activities fully. And then on the planning side, the Parks and Trails planning side, obviously there were a number of scheduled projects in 2020. A number of those require some public engagement activities, which are challenging at the current time. Although, like development services and community planning, will look at opportunities for engagement through electronic means. And then economic development also sits within the Land Use Services Department. I won't speak to the activities of that division, as there'll be a report going forward to the Regional Services Committee on the 22nd. So to sum up, we're doing the best that we can, recognizing that we have a significant number of people within the region that are employed within the construction industry, and want to continue to support the industry as best as we can, recognizing that we also have to maintain public safety and provide for good governance.
Does that conclude your remarks?
That concludes my remarks, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Excellent. I've already got a speakers list. I'll tell you who they are, but you're just going to have to bear with me for a minute. I've got Director Smith, Acton, Yanni DiNardo, and Nicholson. But before I go to that list, I just want to remind everyone, because we've already had a faithful follower submit a question for question period. So I just want to remind all of you out there in the virtual land watching this broadcast that we are able to take questions from people in regards to items on today's agenda that will be sent to me. I will vet them and read them and answer them. And the opportunity to do that is coming up very shortly. I believe, Angie, if I get this wrong, please chime in. It's legislative services, all one word, at cvrd.bc.ca. Would that be correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Well, that was a lucky guess. So if you have any questions for question period, please submit them to Ms. Legault, and they will be forwarded to me for, as I said, vetting, review, reading, and answering. And with that, there's a fair warning for individuals. Our friend Cliff has already sent one, and I'll go to Director Smith for Ms. Churlf. Director Smith.
Thank you very much. Obviously, from your 2 reports, you've been extremely busy and the staff has been busy. It's good to see that they're still working and that we're able to continue their employment at this time. One of the things I found was the community planning. Manufactured home parks have been sort of an area that is affordable housing in many areas. And I see that you have it here on the list for community planning. I think it's really important that the directors be involved in that discussion with staff for the manufactured home parks, for the mobile home park bylaw, all of that. I think we should almost have like a bit of a workshop for us to work through it, because there's things that have happened and occurred in, especially in my area, that definitely reflect poorly on what affordable housing is and that type of zoning that quite a few of us have in our areas. I also have a question. I'm confused why we're having a drafting interim electoral area E OCP and zoning bylaw amendment. Is that one being pulled out from the whole process and changed to move ahead in a different direction? Can you please answer that one?
So through the chair, I believe Mr. Tippett is on the call and may want to speak to the community planning project work that's been going on.
Mr. Chair, may I speak? Don't we have a chair? Okay. Well, I'll talk anyway. So, yeah, on the first point that Director Smith had about mobile home parks, I mean, initially what we're doing with that is we're looking at the ancient bylaw. It's actually from 1978, I think. It was passed under an entirely different act, and we've had an initial legal review of it, and various elements of it are either ultra vires or make reference to legislative powers that are better exercised under other sections. So initially, it's a technical review. And then once we have a handle on what elements should remain in the mobile home park bylaw, then we'll start to engage with the directors and the communities, hopefully to try and clear that up. So that's the sort of general comment about that. On the other, I'm trying to remember what the other question was now. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. What was part 2?
The Area E bylaw amendment.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Area E bylaw amendments, we got asked by I think it was the general manager actually asked us to do some changes because there are some properties in Area E that actually are unzoned. They're not part of the First Nations Reserve, and yet they are in Area E and do not have zoning. I think the assumption was whenever the original zoning maps were drawn up that they were part of reserve. And so we need to bring zoning into effect in those few areas. There's probably 3 or 4 parcels altogether. And we're working with GIS on that. And there's another aspect to that too, which is some housekeeping stuff that needs to be done in the shorter term related to, I think one of them is an OCP amendment And for the life of me right now, I can't remember exactly what it is. Keith is working on this himself, but so I'm not intimately familiar with it. Largely, it's just to catch up with the unzoned lands and make sure it gets zoning.
Thank you.
And if I could add to that, no, the intent was not for Area E to have its own separate bylaws. We would hope it would be. These will all eventually be part of the harmonized bylaws.
Yeah, fair enough. Came across to me like that as well. Does that conclude your questions, Director Smith? Thank you, Director Acton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mrs. Turolf. I'm glad to hear that the modernization, that you're going to keep working on that. You mentioned the technical side, so I'm glad to see that that's still moving forward. I'm also glad to hear that you've switched bylaw to the weekends. I think that is also something the public can appreciate. I have a couple, I'm interested in, because of this slowdown, I guess we don't have the numbers yet, but is there a savings to the taxpayers is one question that I'm interested in. I'm also interested in, at what capacity is development services running compared to what it was before? And I have another comment as well. Should I save that one or?
Ms. Turolf, are you comfortable with those?
So the first question is around the capacity of development services and at what sort of capacity the staff are working at. So first question was, are we achieving any savings? Second question, what capacity are we operating at? So in regards to savings, I will say that given since the onset of the pandemic, and public health emergency, we've delayed staff hiring. So we're not hiring for, I believe it's up to 13 vacancies in the land use services department. So that's on hold right now. Some of those, some hiring will need to start for some of those positions because of the work that needs to get done. But there has been a delay in the majority of the hiring processes. So that will result in a savings. In regards to the work being done by staff are either working remotely from home or they're working from the Ingram Street office or from the Bing's facility. So there's a combination of things happening, and we've had to space people out for social distancing reasons, and the direction has been to try to keep people away from the office as much as possible to minimize interaction. The staff our IT staff have done a fabulous job of getting staff set up to work remotely. So staff are able to access their files via VPN connection and can basically do the same work, much of the same work that they do in the office, they're able to do remotely from home. What they're not able to do is meet face-to-face with applicants or to meet face-to-face with their colleagues. That is the key difference. They are still able to go out and do site visits if they need to do site visits, provided the appropriate social distancing precautions are put in place. But, given the technology that and the tools that we've been provided, we're able to do a lot of what we were doing previously.
Director Acton, your comment?
Thank you. So I think that we have been updated in that regard. So maybe sometime in the future we'd have my question of capacity. So if we were running at 100% capacity a month ago, what kind of capacity are we running at now is kind of my question. But I'll leave that with you. And then it's unfortunate, did I hear you say that the volunteer coordinator has been let go? And my question is, was there an attempt to be
So can you?
Okay. Well, the position, yes. What was said about the position?
Your caution, please.
Okay. So can you repeat what was mentioned about the volunteer coordinator position?
So through the chair, the volunteer coordinator will be going on leave. We anticipate that she will be coming back. Okay. And I don't want to get into too much detail. So no, it wasn't that anyone was pushed out. This is
I just okay. So I'm always voluntary. So that it's unfortunate, I think, though, because this is an opportunity to stay connected with our volunteers, and so I hope that there's. It's unfortunate that there isn't a creative way to. Well, there is a creative way to do that. So I'm disappointed to hear that anyway. Because I'm making a lot of effort to stay connected with my volunteers, and I would.
Mr. Farquhar has something to add.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Farquhar, jump in, please.
Mr. Chair, I want to assure the committee we are intending absolutely to stay connected with our wonderful volunteers, inclusive of the work that our volunteer coordinator will be doing in the next couple of weeks. Really, the premise is around the social distancing requirements that are imposed upon us and the understanding of our community that until such time as we're able to fully engage them as volunteers, we're on a bit of a hiatus, but we're going to be doing everything we can to ensure that their enthusiasm and our enthusiasm for the great contributions that they've made and will continue to make are there, because we don't want to lose out on what the value they've brought to the program. So this is just an interim thing that is basically, it's the pandemic issue. It's not a CVRD imposed issue. So we're looking forward to getting them actively involved again when we're able to. Thank you.
That conclude your inquiries, Director Acton? Can you lower your hand, please? Your virtual hand. Next, Director Yanni DiNardo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to Ms. Cheroff. I've been getting a lot of phone calls. One thing that's being well used and really good for mental health and health in general is there's been a lot of compliments on our parks and trails, and they're very grateful that we have them, especially at this time. But there's another issue is the washrooms. So I understand with the big buildings, the social distancing. Is there any chance, for instance, I'll just say the Cherry Point Beach, it's one stall, porta potty. Is there any chance that we could have some of them installed at this time that would still help out with the social distancing? So that's the question. And then they could have the sanitizer in the washroom as well. So that's one, but I have two others.
Mr. Farquhar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As staff, we do appreciate and understand some of the challenges having to close all of our public washrooms has caused our park users. A big challenge we have is keeping them in a degree of order in terms of cleanliness to meet the expectations around not wanting to inadvertently see spread by way of contact. And unfortunately, there's just not really the ability for us to be constantly having either the contractor there or somebody there providing the level of cleaning service that we otherwise see others doing, where they've got staff and are basically having staff there all the time dealing with public washroom buildings. So I do empathize with our park users that these closures of our porta potties in particular are causing some degree of angst, but I think we're challenged if we're going to find a way to be able to maintain them to a level that we feel confident that the public's use of them isn't going to compromise the risks.
Thank you. My other question is the student crew. Hello?
Yeah.
Mr. Farquhar, student crews.
Student crew, yeah. Will they be rehired for the summer? I'm just seeing that there's construction workers and other people that can do social distancing. Is the student crew going to come on, or they are eliminated this summer?
Mr. Chair, this is something we're currently reviewing with our Human Resources Division in terms of not just students within the Parks and Trails program, but students within the other departments as well, understanding that the social distancing, budget issues, and everything else are layers. So we're endeavoring to see what might be possible for this year, because we do know that they also bring a lot of value to the program. And if we're able to pull something together, even for a shortened period of time, we'll endeavor to do what we can. So we'll certainly keep the committee posted on that.
Thank you. And my following question is vegetation management. Was it, if I've got my notes here correct, was that going to continue currently? And I have a follow-up on the vegetation as well.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, there's two levels. One is our basic parks and trail maintenance, and we are now into the growing season and ensuring that everything from the pathways remain accessible to our manicured grass areas continue to be mowed. We are endeavoring to work with our parks maintenance contractor to ensure that they're following all the appropriate protocols, but we are continuing with that level of maintenance. And hand in hand with that, we also have priorities this year for the invasive species management program across the parks and the electoral areas as well as regional parks. And staff are also working on delivering that program this year as well.
And that works right into my third question. Invasive plants. I have been assigned, I sit on the climate action for agriculture for the CVRD. And one crucial point that a beekeeper made was that the blackberry bush itself was critical to their farming. And as well with COVID-19 and also food security, people have been asking me, why are we taking out blackberry, like if they're down a bank or in a ditch by a park? Is that really a critical one that we should be taking out? And I know that blackberry is controversial in a lot of ways, like even for birders, but I think I'm seeing that we're getting a little carried away on the blackberry and where we're taking it out and seeing that it could be a beneficial plant. Any comments?
I concur that Himalayan blackberry, through various studies, has determined that even though it is an invasive species, it does provide habitat, shelter, and food value for a variety of native species. So we certainly look at blackberry as not something to eradicate completely. It's more, I think, a case of managing it in places that are otherwise having an impact on native species or public access and use of some areas. But we'll certainly continue to evaluate that because, again, we don't see that we're going to be removing blackberry from all of our parks because it does have value. It also provides value in keeping people out of certain areas too, if you can manage it appropriately. So, fair point. Thank you.
And your microphone's off, and I'm
sorry, I'll just be quick. I really think we should be paying attention to where the blackberry is and to be keeping a certain amount of it for all different kinds of reasons. Because I know Hoff Trail, for example, it was completely wiped out of blackberry in a place that it could have been very useful for the public. But those are the comments I'm getting from the public. Thank you.
And with no reference to either the previous speaker or future speakers, I would just remind everyone that we're able to meet in this remote format because the provincial government has deemed it necessary for us to be dealing with issues of the COVID-19 nature, business that is important to our communities from an economic development and that type of nature. And I would suggest for items of general interest or general business as usual, that perhaps those might be addressed with staff directly offline, as these extraordinary meetings are to be dealing with more extraordinary circumstances. So I'll put you back on the list, Director Yanni DiNardo, and I have Director Nicholson, Kuhn, then Yanni DiNardo. Director Nicholson.
Thank you. Thank you, Anne, for your update. It was really good to hear what's going on. I would like, I would hope that we will really look hard at how we can make get the commissions back and up and running, because I think that they're really important, and it sends a really good, strong message to the community that we would work hard to get their voices heard again soon as possible. And then I agree with Director Yanni DiNardo. The washroom issue is growing in parks, and particularly I think in my area in Glenora Trailhead Park, because it's a little bit more isolated, so people really do need would appreciate some facilities. So I would like parks to review the washroom closure and maybe do some targeted openings if it's possible. Thank you.
And I see Ms. Sherrill making note of that. And I would just, as a bit of a commentary, and forgive me for this, but one of the, I'm not going to try and read the minds of our emergency operations people, but we've been trying to provide some consistency throughout the region in all of the services that are provided. And not all of our jurisdictions are being consistent in their application of some of the safer practices. And I know that I would be asking a lot of our contractor and of park staff to be coming out and doing the level of maintenance and sanitizing that would be required to keep the porta potties open in my community parks, and might be a little bit more to ask than is reasonable. So, but it's a different scenario when our municipal partners have full-time staff that are working that can patrol their communities' washrooms and keep them open for their residents. And a little bit much to ask in residential areas and our rural areas, unless we decide to make it a priority and make sure that the resources are available for those types of patrols and that type of cleaning and sanitizing, which I don't see as something possible at this point, but maybe something for further discussion. I'll go to Director Kuhn next.
I have two comments. One with regard to the other initiatives, with regard to the electoral year OCP. I am very concerned, and I've expressed my concern in the past, about the immense amount of time staff have spent on the electoral area EOCP, even though at the same time we are developing a harmonized OCP. And I think there's been an awful lot of time wasted, and that is my opinion. I just want to express it. The second point I want to make is that it was just outlined that there was a shortage of 13 staff in the land development department. And I'm not the kind of individual that likes micromanagement, but 13 staff members, that is an awful lot of people. I would like to know, and that probably has to be dealt with in closed session, I would like to know the details about the vacancies and the need and how we're going to fill them. The planning department has been in such a disarray for such a long time, and I'm convinced when I hear about vacancies for 13 people, that raises all kinds of concerns in my head. And I would like to know very much the details of that and how they're going to be filled and how we're finally going to get that department sorted out. Thank you.
Thank you for your discretion, Director Kuhn. Director, I almost demoted you there, Ms. Sherrill.
Just through the chair, I just wanted to make one comment. So perhaps I wasn't clear earlier. I said hiring for 13 positions. That may include, those aren't necessarily positions that are vacant or new positions. That also includes positions, they might be temporary positions, filling staff who are on leave or administrative leave or sick leave. So it's not like it's 13 new bodies that need to be brought into the organization. So some details around staffing could be provided, I think, to the board in a closed session from our HR manager.
Thank you for that. The last person I have on the list, and I think there's some desire to wrap things up fairly soon, is Director Yanni Donardo on Mr. Elf's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make a comment after your comment. My community has been asking me, and this does directly pertain to COVID-19, and it's been highlighted with COVID-19. The food security and farming is something that's really critically important to our community. So this is just, this isn't just something that I'm talking about now because we have extra time. This is something that is actually seriously important, and there are a lot of people that are thinking about farming and gardening far more now than they ever have been. So bees would be another example of why we would need them and protecting them. So I would thank you for your time.
Point well taken. Any further discussion on Ms. Churl's report? Ms. Churl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to let the cat out of the bag. But as I noted, our Manager of Economic Development will be reporting to Regional Services Committee, and one of the items that he has flagged is discussion around food security. So there'll be more to come.
Yay. So I just want to quickly, well, before we move on to the next items, just quickly raise the idea for those that are interested in asking a question of the chair in regards to items today, that they email quickly to legislativeservices@cvrd.bc.ca. Ms. Churl, did you go away? I had a question to ask of you and of everyone around the table. Firstly, we canceled the meeting on April the 1st. We have the opportunity, if it is needed, to meet on the 29th of April, but some of that would be dependent on whether or not there would be appropriate demand on the agenda items to fill an agenda and to have discussions. So, Mr. Elf, what do you see in the hopper, or for lack of a better term, in the pipeline that could be brought forward for a meeting on the 5th Wednesday of the month?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I may actually defer to our Manager of Development Services. I do know that the staff have been working to May 6th for their next round of reports. And some of those will also be linked to, if they're development variance permits, they're tied to the adjacent property owner notices that have already gone out or maybe going out that are dated for May 6th. But I would defer to Mr. Lemshu to see if there are other things that we would be dealing with on that date.
Well, thank you. And while we raise Mr. Limshu, I just note that it's been a while since we've had Electoral Area Services Committee meetings. And I don't know about you folks, but this has been a very long and challenging meeting. And I'd like to have shorter ones if we could possibly manage it. But let's go to Mr. Limshu and see what we have in the hopper for a possible April 29th meeting.
Through the chair, I'll definitely have to go back and take a look at our list of projects. We do have reports that are coming through, and as Ann pointed out, we were gearing towards May 6th. So I think I'll have to go back and take a look to see if there's anything that we could bring forward sooner ahead of the May 6th schedule. I do know that there are a couple development permits that could go there, but that's as much as I can say at this point in time.
So could I make this suggestion, and maybe we could have some nodding from the directors, that I'll follow up with staff over the next couple of days. Is there anybody that would absolutely be unable to meet on the 29th? I'm not seeing anyone, so we'll make a call for a meeting on the 29th at the discretion of the chair after discussion with staff. How's that sound? Nodding up and down? Okay, nodding up and down. That's really good. Any other comments, discussion, anything like that? So what I'm going to do, and we're getting close to quorum here, but I think we owe the respect to the people that have been watching the meeting to do question period. So somebody's got a mic open. Can I ask you to please hang on? We're going to take a 5-minute break and come back for question period so that everybody has an opportunity. So it is currently 6:19. We'll come back at 6:25 and wrap up the meeting after question period. Thank you. Turn your mics and your cameras off. We'll now go to question period. I have 2 people have submitted questions, and I will endeavor to read them as closely as I can. and answer them. First one, Mr. Chair, I'm Cliff Evans from Shawnigan Lake. Reference R6 on today's agenda. Can a view legally be taken away from a neighbor planting a tree or a bush that may grow very large and take away a neighbor's view or maybe sunlight? A director mentioned that this could be done. Should there not be a bylaw protecting views, sunlight, perhaps dangerous trees from neighbors who insist on growing 100-foot trees next to a bordering fence? Regards, Cliff. So I stand to be corrected, but my understanding is that in regional districts, there are not a lot of opportunities along those areas for prohibitions of people planting trees and the likes. What very limited abilities we have and regulatory control are over things like building and building heights and building setbacks. And that's the very nature of what we were discussing today. But in the regional district, we do not have the ability to have a tree cutting bylaw, and we don't have the ability to restrict unless it's part of a rezoning or a development permit that is around landscaping and buffering and that sort of thing. We can't stop a neighbor from planting a fast-growing tree that will restrict a next door neighbor's view of another area. And it has been discussed, I believe, at UBCM in the past. We simply don't have that authority. We could look into whether or not there may be some general policies that could be part of the guidance that an OCP brings, but I do not believe we have the regulatory authority. So that is the first question from Mr. Evans. The next question is a series of questions, and given that we have a 15-minute question period, we have no other submissions. We'll entertain all 5 from Ms. Kaufman. First one, there seems to have been a few glitches during the meeting. The CVRD has been working to keep the public involved, yet that I noted during the public input period, my submission was not read verbatim. This is the only way the public can have the input at this time. Can we not expect to have our submissions read in their complete form and not editorialized? Well, I certainly would apologize to Ms. Kaufman if she felt that I was editorializing her comments. I attempted to read as closely as to verbatim as possible, but I have a responsibility as the chair to ensure that input is directed fairly and responsibly, and not saying that yours wasn't, but when we sit in a chair in a normal meeting, if there's comments or directions and the likes, the chair still must retain the ability to stop comments that may not be appropriate or stop input that may not be appropriate. We have had instances like that in the past. I will endeavor to read as closely as to verbatim the input that people provide. I would note that in one of the submissions for the public input, they were simply repeating material that all the directors had provided to them by staff in regards to the provincial information around remote meetings and virtual meetings. So if you feel that I had editorialized, I sincerely apologize for that, but also must, from the chair, retain the ability to ensure that appropriate input is being provided to the meeting. Question 2, IN3. Refer bench location backs to Park Commission. Have the Parks Commission, along with ABC, not been stood down during the crisis? And the question to that is, yes, the social or physical distancing has required us to not engage and not have our parks and APCs meetings. And the same is true for us. So until such a time that the Parks Commissions can appropriately and safely meet, that referral to the commission will be obviously held in abeyance until they can. R2, item number 3, R2, referral letters do not appear attached to the agenda. During discussions, reference was made to the topic of buffering to the respective EF and I APCs in the town of Lake Cowichan. Again, Mr. Chair, are these commissions not stepped down at this time? Will the public have an opportunity to participate in discussions, consultations on the topic of buffering and viewscapes along Highway 18? For clarity, the Area E OCP addressed this topic during the OCP review process. Once again, there has been no formal referral of Area F, Tidal Lake Cowichan, Area E, consideration of view corridor policies for Highway 18. I know that it is noted in Ms. Kaufman's letter that view corridors were discussed in the Area E OCP and harmonization discussions, and likely in the modernization discussions. And the issue of view corridor and of that specific island of land between the old Lake Cowichan Highway and Highway 18 have been ongoing discussions at the Area FAPC. I would expect if we were to give direction to staff to develop policy in conjunction with the Ministry of Transportation, that there would be opportunities for the public to participate and provide their input. Number 4, R15. Mr. Chair, is it possible that the addition of the connection onto Appaloosa Way of the Satlam Greenway is to acknowledge the decommissioning of the Belvedere Trail network? The decommissioning of this trail was not well received by the community. At this point, my familiarity with the detail of that is not that I could give you a reasonable answer to that. Obviously, the director for the area has concerns about the nature in which we are applying for those permits. I hadn't personally heard any pushback or negative responses in regards to the decommissioning of the Belvedere Trail Network. Perhaps that is something that, if it is a topic of discussion in the community, that Director Nicholson could bring forward those concerns at a future meeting, and we could have further, or she could have further discussions with park staff. Number 5, Mr. Chair, did I hear you right during the later discussions that you would vet questions submitted? If I guess it's if so, is that appropriate? Shouldn't the question should be posed, and then you can determine if appropriateness of the question and whether you wish to answer it? Fair question, but as I stated earlier in response to, I think, number 1, the chair has a responsibility to ensure that the questions that are posed are fair and reasonable and to the point in regards to the agenda items. And we have had experiences where there have been questions that have been posed. I'm not saying from any specific individual, but there have been occasions where a chair has had to step in and has had to stop the question that's being posed or asked a person who is editorializing before they pose the question during question period. Perhaps vet is not the correct word, but we want to ensure that people that take the time to view our meetings are able to ask questions that are pertinent to the topics that were on the agenda. And sometimes vetting to understand the intent of what is being asked is important. And we did find that as a result of the board meeting, that there was some discomfort in the staff being asked to read verbatim any individual's specific input or questions. It was then determined that the chair would have those added to their duties as part of the wrapping up of a meeting. May not be the best of scenarios, but we are operating in extreme times, and I will endeavor to improve and to get the clear intent of what questions that are being posed are, and without any personal bias or editorializing in the future. So given that, those are the 5 questions by Ms. Kaufman. I would now look to the directors for a motion to adjourn. Moved by Director Yanni DiNardo, seconded by everybody. Is there anybody opposed to adjourning? I see none. It's a unanimous vote. Thank you, thank you, thank you for all of your patience and hard
Thank you,
work.
Mr. Chair. Good night.
Thanks, Ian.
Thanks, Ian.
Well done.